Hello everybody and welcome back to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts and welcome back to our Rising Sun campaign. Our legendary Japanese very long campaign. It started in 1900. It is currently, it started in 1890, sorry. It is currently January of 1895. In the last episode, we managed to finally get our brand new battleships into the fight and thus bring about the end of the Chinese Navy. We completely obliterated their navy once our new battleships came out, and we went from being behind in the war to not just winning the war, but taking territory from them as reparations. So we did manage to take Taiwan, aka Formosa. We also managed to take Mongolia up here. So both of which, fantastic for us. Cannot wait to see what we can do to move forward. But our peace will be short-lived. Our goal for our peacetime is to build up as quickly as possible to prepare for our assault on the Russians. We will attack them before they attack us. That is our goal. We know that they dislike us. They are about 50% of the way towards hating us, as a matter of fact. So we need to go ahead and start poking them. Because the next thing we want to do is try to take this territory to the north. Maybe even get Far East Russia, but that would be a stretch. But definitely want to try to grab this island right here. This Sakhalin. I don't know. I don't know how you pronounce it, but we're taking this island, both the north and the south. This is two separate territories, so we want to make sure that we have enough war score that we can try to take both of these, if at all possible. But yeah, let's get straight into it. We're going to have to try to prepare for our war. So first things first, we got to look at our finance situation. We are still losing a little bit of money, but hopefully that'll get itself sorted pretty quickly. From a fleet standpoint, we are building Nobunaga, which should be finished in about 6 months. And then we will need to refit that ship once it comes on as well. We have 48% of the way to the next expansion of our shipyards, which allows us to build bigger and bigger ships, which is going to be big. But as for always, as for this particular campaign, we are not influencing the research whatsoever. We're just dealing with what they give us, right? So we will we will build accordingly. As for right now, it's 1895. There's not a whole lot going on for us, so it is just going to be us skipping forward, just doing our best to, prepare. Got to build up the war chest. We got to make sure that we have ships ready to go. I would definitely like to maybe design a new ship today. See if we can't help push our ships ahead. We did end up making the Bushido class battleships in the last episode. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. But there are 4x2 10-inch guns. So 8 10-inch guns on these things. Not sure how we want to use them currently, but I think it'd be an interesting concept. And I'm kind of excited to see how that goes. So right now we have enough tonnage to actually build a few of these. So I think that would be our best bet here. Let's go ahead and see how long it will take to build. I forget how long it takes to build these. But I want to build at least 4 of them. So that's what we are going to do. Go ahead and start them up. It's going to take 22 months, but that's probably because we're over our limit. We are, in fact, over our limit. So we will slow this down by suspending this for the time being. And you can see we're now at 15 months to build those ships. And we are under our budget, or under our shipbuilding capacity. So we're good. We're doing good. Per Michael, thank you for the 6 months, my dude. Appreciate you. But yeah, so if you guys want to go ahead and start dropping some ideas, we will take the ideas for what you guys want to start naming these things. But we're going to just go ahead and put them all in the same port, and I think you guys should probably start out, let's go Yokosuka. No reason not to. And hopefully we'll get these guys ready to go in the near future. We're going to be building a very heavy navy. We're going to be focused on firepower and survivability overall. Due to the fact that we have very limited resources to put into ships, we need those ships to survive at all costs. Let's see who's in the chat. Per Michael, not Will, how's it going? Jason, aka Tuna, what up? Captain Steve, Miriam, how's it going? Kevin Wilson, Harry Jr., Shark Jessica, Lord Skeleton, how's it going? Jordan Cooper, or Cupper, appreciate you dropping in. Braden, how's it going? Thor, Jacob, Dr. Van Gelder, Braden, Stacks, Brian, appreciate you guys all dropping in. Hopefully you guys are having a great time. Let's go. All right. So you guys know the deal. We are going to be trying to build up. We don't need to rush this war by any stretch of the imagination. We just want to kind of start poking, heading in that direction of the war with the Russians. Basically, we want to be at war with the Russians by about 1900. That's our goal. The first war with China went really well. Initially, it was awful, but we managed to wrap it up right about the time that the original war would have started, which I believe is 1895. So we're a little ahead of the schedule in terms of wars. So we're doing good there, but we are losing a boatload of money. So we are going to have to drop some of our budget back, I believe. Now we are currently at 200% of our transport capacity. So I think we can go ahead and drop this down a little bit. That's going to save us quite a bit of money. Since we're not at war, keeping this at 200%, I think it's maxed out. I don't think you can go above 200% anyway. And then that leaves us with a monthly balance of 11 million. So we need to drop this back a little bit as well. Down to about 50%. And that's probably going to do it for now. Next turn. What up, Monarch? How's it going? AKA Swag, how's it going? During a naval exercise of our fleet, a small cruise ship from China was sunk due to accidental fire. What are your comments? Express our deepest apologies. You protest that this ship was conducting unauthorized reconnaissance of our naval forces, or the exercise area was indicated in advance, so it was not our fault. Both of these are potentially inflammatory, but I'm not paying money to these guys. Yeah. I think in this one we go with the exercise area was indicated in advance, so it was not our fault. At a press conference, a journalist asked if you consider the Russian Empire as a possible enemy for the future. What is your answer? I consider the Russian Empire a potential adversary. We are ready to fight with any enemy without exceptions. You believe that in the near future there will be no war. I consider the Russian Empire a potential adversary. So, yeah, we're definitely poking the Russians pretty substantially here. But, again, one of the good things about war in this game is that your budget goes through the roof. So, the sooner we can get into war, the better. But we also don't want to rush it too crazy because we want to make sure we're even stronger than we are now. All right. So 5 months until the Nobunaga comes online. Let's see if you guys are actually dropping some names in the chat. Let's see. We've got the Teo. Hibachi. Okay. Mikasa. Heisen. Yamato. We're going to reserve Yamato for a later date. Kato. Or Kato. All right, there we go. But we will reserve the Yamato name for a later date. Once we have, you know, big boy guns, big boy ships, then we'll talk about Yamato. All right. But for now, you did bring up a valid point. Does Russia immediately go for a land invasion of Mongolia once we initiate a war with Russia? That is a very real possibility. Army force is pretty lacking here as well. So we definitely want to keep that in mind, that is indeed a possibility. The other next thing that we need to think about would be a potential alliance. Is there anybody in the world that we would think about being in alliance with? Remember, our goals aren't necessarily to reach out to the West. Like, we're not necessarily thinking about that. But a lot of the Western powers have influence in our area. So it would not necessarily be a bad thing for us to ally ourselves with somebody that can help us in our wars going forward. So, I mean, the obvious allies would be people like the Italians, the Germans, the Austro-Hungarians, stuff like that. The bad guys, right? Supposedly. But, I mean, when you think about it, Germany doesn't have much land over here, so they don't really have a huge incentive to put themselves in harm's way for us. They have that. They also have this little port right here in China. Okay, so do we ally with the Germans? In the past, being an ally with Germany has done two things. One, they have followed through with their alliance for the most part. And two, they almost always drag us into other wars. But given that most of the people they're going to be fighting will be eventually giving us potential for, you know, territory down in our area, like the French, like the British, I think it might actually be to our best interest to go ahead and start an alliance with Germany. So what do you guys think? You guys think we should start pumping up an alliance with Germany? Allying with Britain wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, when you think about our goals are to take all this territory at some point, or at least try. So allying with the British, the Spanish, and the French seem to go directly against our goals of conquering as much of Asia as possible. So I think our best bet is actually to ally with Germany here, because we will be going to war with Britain and France and Spain, which would allow us to take more territory. If the Germans help out, then I'd go for it. All right, we will start to butter up the Germans here. We are going to improve the relations with the Germans. As you can see, the Germans, the Italians, the Austro-Hungarians, and the Japanese were already on the same sort of page. So obviously, this is kind of working us towards a world war if we're not careful, because you're going to have lots of alliances on both sides. But we definitely want to start looking at trying to get as much as possible, because we need some allies. We're not going to be able to do this on our own. All right, especially considering we have such a economic disadvantage at the start of this campaign. But we'll get there. All right, so Nobunaga, everybody is already decided, so we're good there. Let's go next turn. The U.S., the problem with trying to ally with the U.S. is that they don't really have anything in the neighborhood, right? Obviously, the Philippines and stuff become like U.S. territory at some point, normally. But currently they are not. So the U.S. essentially is all the way over here, which means they are very far out of the way of potentially being useful to us. Yes, they do have direct access if they come this way, but it's so hard to get on board with the U.S. in a campaign. I feel like it's almost cheating. So I think going more of a historical route and allying with Germany and Italy and them, I think would be the best bet for us. Jessica coming in, dropping a $10 bomb. Just started playing, and is there a way to do land invasions? Also, used America and beat Spain until their nation collapsed. I mean, that is a thing that does happen. But thank you so much for the $10. Give me some goats in the chat for Jessica and Per Michael, please. There's no way to initiate a land invasion at this time. It's all AI driven. There are certain missions that will allow you to do conquests. But the one thing you can do is a naval invasion. So any of their ports that they have on the outside towards the ocean, right? So any ports that they have, if you have at least 100,000 tons of ships in the general vicinity of a port, you can go to politics and activate a naval invasion. Pay attention when you go to activate a naval invasion, because it'll tell you how many tons of shipping you need in that naval invasion to be successful, or to give you the best possible chance of being successful in a naval invasion. Remember, any naval invasion can fail. You're not guaranteed to win a naval invasion, so keep that in mind. But yeah, everything else is all AI driven. Now, there have been some updates recently that supposedly makes the AI a little bit more willing to help you with AI invasion or land invasions, but we'll see if that works or not. As far as I'm aware, we've never been very lucky in that sense. But that being said, we have already buttered up the Germans this turn. From a politics standpoint, we've got the Russians at a -64, so we're going to go ahead and continue to increase tensions with them. Lotsus, welcome. Yeah, I'm trying.
I just started playing, and is there a way to do land invasions? Also, I used America and beat Spain until their nation collapsed. Lol. I claimed Cuba and Puerto Rico. I'm definitely enjoying the game.
Yeah, and starting with the U.S. is actually a really good starter for most people, because you're going to get a lot of good stuff. You're going to get a lot of economy, so you don't have to really worry about money ever. You just max everything out and let it do its thing. Starting with the U.S. is kind of easy mode, really, when you think about it. But the more experience you get in the game, the better you get at different aspects of the game, the more you might start to gravitate towards more of a challenge and going for some of the smaller countries. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy the game, even if it can be incredibly frustrating at times. Several of our country's shipbuilding industries are constructing warships for third countries. What is your opinion? Any business cooperation with third countries improves our bilateral relations and strengthens our defense ministry. So this would be directly affecting our GDP, giving us a plus 1% GDP, but also improves our relations with China and Russia, which is the opposite of what we want. Permit such cooperation, but in a limited scope in order to not leak our secret technologies. That seems like the better option, even though it's only a 0.5% increase in our GDP. You are categorically against this practice that could strengthen our future rivals. That is very, very real thing. But yeah, I don't think we're going to go for this, because I want to protect any secret technologies we may get, but also improve our GDP. Because we need as much money as we can get. All right. Let's see. Finance-wise, we are still losing a boatload of money, and that is not a good thing. Again, this is the one downside of building heavy early, is that we just don't have the budget to be able to support such a heavy fleet. But hopefully we can get through this relatively easily. 3 months, this one will be done building, so hopefully that'll help finish that a little bit. Everybody else is already limited, so we don't have to worry so much about that. All right. I think we're good. Just kind of biding our time, hoping that we can manage to get our budget under control in the near future. Now, once we go to war, like, the budget's not an issue. It's just, for now, it is. All right. Now we should be able to go to the Germans once again. Butter them up a little bit more. Improve relations. Finances, we're still losing $5.5 million per turn. That's eating into our naval funds quite a bit. It's not dropping very quickly either, so we're going to have to directly affect this. Let's go to like 35%, so we're losing less than $2 million per turn. That should give us a lot more time. Of course, it's going to make everything slow down, which is not ideal. All right. Let's see. Finances, we already looked at this, 64%. There we go. Next. Austria is your personal favorite. That's a tough one because you're right in the middle of the mess too. Italy was a lot of fun for me. It was very, very tough starting out as Italy. Not gonna lie. Your instinct was right, and your efforts to strengthen the relations with the German Empire were successful. Gained German relations as well as naval prestige. Beautiful. All right. Let's see. Minus 1.5 million, so it is getting better. That we came up about 300,000 on that one, so not too bad. We're starting to dig into it a little bit. Nothing. I guess we got some big guns coming. We got Mark II 9-inch guns and some Mark II 4-inch guns. That's actually huge for us. Getting better 4-inch guns because we use a lot of 4-inch guns currently. Let's see. Shells. What do we got coming? SAP is coming for the shells in about a year. Yo, Christopher Hill coming in. Absolute OG on the channel. Re-upping for 37 months. Thank you so much. And yeah, we are definitely trying to do more of these streams. Ultimate Admiral is a game that I do enjoy. I do think that I need to do more of these streams so that we can progress through these series a little bit faster. So we can hopefully not have our campaigns deleted. So look forward to more Ultimate Admiral streams during the weeks. Obviously, we're going to keep up doing our Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams on Monday, and then we'll keep doing our World of Warships Legends on Wednesdays. But yeah, I mean we're trying, All right, so what is our Army logistics? Yeah, our Army logistics is struggling, 6%. Army force of only 410,000. If we look at Russia, they have an army force of 987,000. But they also have a GDP of $37.7 billion, whereas we have a GDP of just $10.7 billion. So we are a long ways away from being an economic powerhouse among the world stage. All right, where were we, Germany? Okay, still waiting. Finances, 68%. Research-wise, there's nothing for us. See, peacetime goes pretty quickly because there ain't a whole lot going on, right? That's the beauty of it. What up, Bob? How's it going? Konnichiwa. All right. I keep looking past Germany. There they are. Improve relations with Germany once again. We want to be the first ally that they get, hopefully. That'll be our goal. Didn't gain much this month, unfortunately. We're only growing by 0.69% per month. But plus 8.6% of annual GDP growth. Now, if we increase this, I know that's going to hurt our budget some more. We can drop our crew training down a little bit here. Yeah. I want to see if this, I know it's not going to go above 200%, but I do want to see if this improves our growth potential for our economy. So, like I said, currently our economy is growing at 8.6%. I want to see if directly adding more transports, even though we can't technically go above 200%, I wonder if that's going to influence our growth at all. So that is our next goal. What up, Mundane? How's it going? So far, we are not at war. We're currently at peace. We're waiting, biding our time, growing our fleet, growing our economy as best we can. Mark II 9-inch guns are here. Beautiful. The Austro-Hungarians are provoking us directly. I can only assume that they're provoking us directly because they know that we're buttering up the Germans and that we're looking to actively seek out an alliance with the Germans. And the Austro-Hungarians are jealous because they want to be allies with Germany. But we'll keep that in mind. You remember that, Austro-Hungary, because we will. All right, as you can see, we are now higher than everybody else on the German spectrum of cooperation, so we're going to be ready for that. In terms of the war with the Russians, we can go ahead and increase tensions a little bit further. That brings us up to above minus 70. 76% there. We were going to look at, yeah, so we're still at only plus 8.6%. So despite this saying that we're growing, this did not change. So adding extra money in did not help us. So we will drop this back down to 0% and maintain our 200% transport capacity. Now we've got a plus $1 million surplus, so we will go ahead and bump the tech budget up just a hair. On the research side of things, is there anything that we're looking at? We know that the 4-inch guns are coming. What is this? Secondary turrets on light cruisers is coming up. Okay. Special machinery. What do you got here? Hydraulic steering gears, and then armor forging is coming up. A long ways away, unfortunately. All right. And I don't think we can actually do anything with the Germans at the moment. I think we already chose to poke the Russians again, so yeah. Next turn. What up, Stung? How's it going? Bob, you can get this game on Steam, my dude. It is available on PC on Steam. Relations with the Russian Empire have deteriorated after your personal provocations, which seem to have mixed effect on our own people. So minus 7%, or minus 7 relations with the Russians, minus 2% naval prestige, plus 1 unrest. All right. The United States has gained control of Honduras. All right. So you know what? Not only are we going to, we might actually try to get on good terms with the U.S. We're going to improve relations with Germany again. What if we could sway the U.S. to being on our side? Because they're not currently allied with anybody except Sweden and Serbia. But like, if we could sway them to being on our side, I think that's where we go from here. I think we actively try to get the U.S. to be on our side as well. So we'll have Germany and the U.S. Imagine the U.S. being on the opposite side of the war. That would be great. Be great for us. All right, so we do have a little bit of a surplus. So once again, we are going to go ahead and bump up our tech budget a little bit further. We're at 80%. We got nothing coming out on the research side of things for a little while. From the fleet side of things, we do have the Nabanagas finished. So we will go ahead and try to bring up, let's see, that should be an Izumo. I lied, apparently. If we go here, it is a Bushido class. Oh, I forgot. We actually have the Bushido class. I forgot that that was a thing. So we're building even more Bushido class battleships. We're going to have a bunch of these little turds. You know what? Let's go ahead and scrap the Kato. No. Yeah, let's scrap the Kato for now. Uh, I didn't realize, I forgot that we had already started building some of the Bushidos. Um, these are the 12-inch gun battleships, the Izumo class. So, yeah, maybe we start looking into a potential refit for the Bushidos. They were designed in 1893. Have we gotten any real technology upgrades since 1893? I don't know. I don't know. We might have to look into it. Anyway, politics. Germans, we can't do anything with them at the moment. The U.S., okay, so we already did our turn. All right, next turn. All right, Stung, appreciate you. Have a good night, man. I did not rent the Ansan, or whatever it's called. Um, it's just, I don't have the money to do it. it's a 7-day rental. Yes, it would be nice to make a video on it, but it's just something that I'm not going to be able to do. So I'll just wait till it comes out next patch, and then we'll take it for a test drive. I did feature it in the game today. If you guys saw the World of Warships Legends video today, got to absolutely neuter it when it was broadside. Hit it for over 24,000 damage with a Monarch without citadeling it. So yeah, definitely seems to be weak if you get it broadside. Some of our industrialists want to invest in the modernization of Russian Empire shipyards. What is your opinion? Again, this would improve our GDP, but also would end up... this actually improves our GDP and our naval budget. That's a rare one. I still think it's stupid because it would be better to modernize our own. But I also don't want to lose GDP. But unacceptable behavior in view of the fact that the Russian Empire is one of our main rivals at the moment. It improves relations with the Russians. It also it makes us more unrest and drops our naval prestige. But the GDP and the naval budget, I'm going to go with it. I don't consider them to be a rival because I can stomp them into the mud at any given moment. So giving them a little bit of a boost to their shipbuilding capability is only going to make us look better in the long run when we crush them. The government asks your opinion about submarines. I believe they are extremely limited in their operational usefulness, therefore there is no need to invest more on submarine warfare. Submarine is a promising weapon that will revolutionize naval tactics. So that is true, but I also don't want to lose GDP. Enemy submarines could seriously threaten our merchant ships, so we should also build more destroyers for defending our... Dude, why does everything... This improves our naval budget, drops our GDP by 1%. I'll just lie and say that they'll be extremely limited in their operational usefulness for now. A lot of things going on in the world. All right, so we did just butter up the Germans, right? Yes. So now we want to try to butter up the Americans. So improve relations with the Americans. So where are we currently located with the Germans? We are at a 88. So we didn't actually succeed this turn, apparently. Unfortunate. From a finance standpoint, we are making money again, so we are going to go ahead and bump up our tech budget further. We are also at 84% towards the next shipyard. What up, Vokton? Welcome to the stream. Gavin, welcome. Um, the problem with like top-down strategy games like this is they don't work very well on consoles because you need there's a lot of like clicking and stuff, and that just doesn't work very well with a controller. But overall, like, the game's not that complicated in terms of its like there's no reason it wouldn't be able to run on a console, but they have no plans, as far as I'm aware, to bring it to console. And like I said, they just top-down strategy sort of don't really work with consoles very well. If you look at things like Stellaris and stuff like that, they did port it to console, but I don't think there's a very large console audience for that sort of game. Okay, we improved our relations with the Americans. That's always good. We will go ahead and continue to try to improve our relations with the Germans. Still losing money, but not a lot, so we're fine. What do we got coming here? Capital Ship Towers 1. That'll be kind of nice. We are freaking so far behind on a lot of this stuff because of our lack of money. Not gonna lie. All right. But for now, we've already done our thing for the turn, right? So, yeah. Next turn. Does it require a high-end PC? It does not. This is a pretty basic sort of game. There's not a whole lot of like graphics or anything like that, so it does not require a super high-end PC at all. What up, Godzilla? All right, politics. We've already buttered them up. Let's go ahead and continue buttering the U.S. up. Still did not manage to get higher than 88 for the Germans. They are very distrustful of us, apparently. It's like they like us, but they are not willing to form an alliance at this time, which is unfortunate. 4 months until the rest of the Bushido class comes online. And then we will start to modernize the fleet by fixing their... I like refitting them, the Bushidos and the Ismos. And then we will get ready to go straight for war. I would like to have some support from the Germans and the Americans before we go to war here. Just in case they do initiate some land battles, I would like to have some of them on our side. But we'll see. Not too worried about it. So there, we had our first year of peace following the war with the China. What up, Sun Joe? Good to see you. New Godzilla movie, huh? I can't wait for the new Mortal Kombat movie. I don't know if you guys watched the Mortal Kombat movie that came out in 2021, I think is when it came out. Like, if you haven't seen that, like, it was fantastic. I cannot wait for another Mortal Kombat movie. Reminds me of my childhood when we got the crappy Mortal Kombat movies. You guys don't know what I'm talking about. Like, go look at some of those that came up in the, like, late 90s. Alright, so our shipyard is finished. We currently have the ability to build ships up to 26,360 tons. If we look at our research, though, hull strengthening, we'll have to check that out. I don't think we can actually build ships up to that size yet. So let's just go to ship design real quick. We'll go in and try to new design and see what we can do. All right. So these ships, we have the ability to build up to, 26,300 tons, but we don't actually have the ability to build a ship that's that large. The largest ship that we can build is this battleship that we can build up to, well, The hull maxes out at 15,000 tons that direction. We could increase the beam to make it wider, which takes us up to 15,800. We could go even further to bring it up to 17,000. Honestly, I don't think we're going to. There's no real reason to do this at this time. We already have some decent sized battleships that we just built. So we're going to drop out of that. All right. Now, we did just finish our small guns research. So that's good. We don't get a new battleship hull anytime soon. So I think we just hold for now. We do have a plus $8 million surplus, so I think we want to bring this up a little bit. Let's go to like 50% there. And then bring this up the rest of the way to get us close. We're going to hold off on extending our shipyards at this time. Fleet-wise, we got 3 months, so we're going to hold there as well. And then we will refit the battleships. I don't think there's anything research-wise that is going to pop out. Yeah, I guess there's a few things coming up in the next couple of months. So, yeah, we'll just wait. Politics. Did we go ahead and do our thing? So, let's go ahead and improve relations once again. Try to get that alliance with the Germans if we can. And go next turn. You're playing Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts right now too. Nice. Unrest became uncontrollably high in the Russian Empire and the government has been overthrown. The people do not trust Ivan Panserzansky due to his low naval prestige. Okay. Soviet Union presented an ultimatum demanding the extradition of a defector who requests an amnesty from our country. The Minister of Justice asks for your advice about this situation. Say no. He may share valuable information about the Soviets. Sounds like the Russians are struggling right now, so hopefully we get this freaking... Dude, the Germans are just not willing to budge. I need you guys. Come on. How about... Keep buttering up the Americans. If we get the Americans before we get the Germans, I'm going to laugh. Like, that'd be great. All right. So we are a slight surplus, so we're good there. Research-wise, got a bunch of stuff getting ready to come up. Fleet-wise, 3 months until these finish. So we're good. Next turn. Yo, Bravo, welcome to the stream, my dude. The Prime Minister believes that our Navy's crew training level is inadequate. How do you respond to his opinion? I agree and persuade him. That drops our GDP, so we don't want to do that. Disagree and convince him that our Navy's crew is more than ready to defend the country. You advise him to deal with government, which causes him to immediately reduce our naval budget, and we get nothing else out of it. So yes, we will go with you. I disagree. All right. Germany, please listen to me. We need to be allies. Also, Americans are starting to be stingy as well. God darn it. Why is everybody so stingy with their alliances? Don't they know who we are? Because if they don't, they will before long. All right, fleet-wise, how many heavy cruisers? We only have 3 heavy cruisers left. Honestly, let's go ahead and get rid of the heavy cruisers. We're going to have all battleships currently. But we'll go ahead and get rid of the Furitaka class blueprint. And just focus on battleships early on. I think that'll be fine. Alright, 2 months till these finish. Continue bumping this up if we can. We are growing still at 8.6%. Brian, I've actually been considering about like dropping in and seeing if I can play a little bit of tanks, but I'll be honest, I'm so far out of practice playing that game, I'd probably get my butt kicked. The German Empire is really admiring the power of our nation and wishes to become our ally. Finally! What is our opinion? Our nations will become more powerful if we work together as allies. We have our first alliance with the Germans. Thank you. Emergency welding repairs also just finished. Faster torpedo propulsion also just finished. Beautiful. Love to see it. All right. Now we go whole ham on improving relations with the U.S. to try to gain that alliance as well. So we have the Germans are officially only allied with us and a couple of minor nations at the moment, which is huge. The total Navy tonnage of the Germans is actually pretty ridiculous at the moment, with 362,000 tons, whereas if you look at us, and we have a pretty heavy Navy, but we're only at 107,000 tons. So, definitely a thing. Alright, so we are still getting some money, so we want to continue to bump this up if we can. Fleet-wise, these are being commissioned, so 2 months and they should be ready to go, and then we will refit them. Research. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything there. So research, what is coming up? Anything in the next couple of months? We've got anti-submarine early theory, early contact mines, torpedo tubes, new cruiser designs, 6,000 ton heavy cruiser. That might be something we look at potentially, especially if it ends up with a new hull. It doesn't say that a new hull is coming, but if it does, then we'll be all over it. Destroyers, we're not even going to bother with the torpedo boats at this time. Still working on this. 14 months and we'll have the advanced armor forging. 3 months we have the new capital ship towers, so we might hold off on our refit until this is finished. All right, next turn. Yeah, I mean, I played World of Tanks on console for almost 6 years. Played it for 5 years straight, and then kind of left it and came over to World of Warships Legends. I dabbled a little bit in the 6th year of tanks, but yeah, just kind of got old. If you play anything every day for multiple years at a time, you're going to get bored with it. Same thing with Legends. I love Legends. I enjoy it a lot, but at the same time, like, when you play the same game every day for multiple years, like, yeah, you're gonna get a little annoyed with it, which is why I branch out and try to do other things, because it's just fun to play other games once in a while. All right, so the Germans are officially an alliance with us, so love that. The United States is still not convinced that we should be an alliance, but We'll see. Where's the Soviet Union is here. Okay, so we're going to increase tension with the Soviets. All right. We are making some money. I love to see that. So still growing our GDP. I'm just going to go ahead and max out the tech budget for now. This should recover relatively quickly. So one more month and these will be done. Next turn. Tanks on console doesn't have tier 1 or tier 2? Kind of makes sense, to be honest. Okay, we've got our capital ship towers. From a politics standpoint, we are on the brink of war with the Soviets. Come on, America. We need you. I would prefer to have a second ally here. Okay, we're actually at 85. So maybe this month will be the month that the United States is like, yes, we need to be on board. So hopefully. We're getting close to being out of debt here, or out of a thing here, so I'm not too worried about that. Research standings. Is there anything else coming out? We got rangefinders coming out in 12 months. So that's a little ways out. All right, fleet. Everybody is here, so let's go ahead and we're going to view our Ismo class. We're going to refit them, and then we're going to refit our other class as well. So the Ismo class has been the savior of the Japanese Navy. So they deserve a refit. So let's go ahead and do a refit on them. Currently available to do 16 knots. They burn coal. I don't think there's been too many advancements in this sense. We do have hydraulic steering now, which allows them to steer a little bit quicker. We have nickel steel armor, which is huge. We also have anti-flooding capabilities to help pump out some water. Or at least flood the other side of the ship, potentially, if we need to. Base fuse HE is fine. Brown powder is fine. We actually have white powder now. So we'll go white powder and gun cotton. Hydraulic turrets is fine. Enhanced reloading is fine. Coincidence rangefinder is fine. So we do have a little bit of weight to play with. 400 tons or so. So we could either go a little bit faster, which I don't think is necessary at this point in time for our battleships, or we can add some armor. I think adding armor is probably going to be our best bet. So our 4-inch guns should now be upgraded to 4-inch Mark IIs. So that's good news for us. Yeah, I think we just add some belt armor if we can. So let's just go ahead and take this up 4 inches. 4 inches. Okay, can't quite get that. All right, so it looks like 4.6 inches is about as good as we're going to get. Beautiful. All right, that should be a solid refit. I mean, it doesn't seem like much, I know, but it should be a solid refit. Capital ship towers, though, what can we do? So the front tower is currently front tower 6. So yeah, we can't actually do anything with that currently. Rear tower could potentially be upgraded. No, rear tower 3 is the best. Okay, so we can't upgrade the towers. All right, save the refit. Then we want to go up here, go to our Bushido class, and just go ahead and punch that refit button on there as well. So right out the gate, we save quite a bit of tonnage just because these guns have been upgraded from 4-inch Mark 1s to 4-inch Mark 2s. We do have the ability for hydraulic steering now, so we'll do that. We also have nickel steel armor, so we go for that. We want to go with the anti-flooding as well. Standard ratio, max HE secondaries, base fuse HE still fine. Standard AP is fine. Brown powder propellant, we have white powder now, so we get rid of that. These are the same, so we're fine there. So we currently have not quite 500 tons worth of armor that we can throw on this thing, which should actually be significant, because these things are already better armored than our other battleships. At least fore and belt armor anyway. So reload time on these currently is 88.9 seconds. They are accurate out to 5,000 meters and 1.4%. If we were to increase the gun length, what does that give us? That means these things are accurate 1.9% out to 5,000. So it's not a huge change in accuracy. Okay. That was worth a thought. Alright, so I want to bump the Citadel armor up to 1/2 an inch. And then I want to work, the rest of this should be just the fore and aft belt. So we'll take this up to 6 inches. 6 inches. 6.5. Let's go 6.4, 6.3. Yeah. That seems pretty good. All right. This has a lot more 4-inch guns on it than the previous ship did. So that's good news for us. We also have some smaller guns in here as well. Or I thought. These, I guess, are 4-inch guns as well. I thought those were smaller. Either way, we've got a lot of 4-inch guns, so they're all 4-inch Mark IIs now, so that should be good. We'll go ahead and look at the tower. I don't think we can change the towers, so 6 and 3, 6, 3, yeah. All right, save the design. So now we should be able to go ahead and refit. We'll refit the Isomos first, and then we'll refit the Bushidos. I woke up today with a stiff neck, man. I don't know about you guys. It's driving me crazy. Alright, so the Ismo class, we'll go ahead and refit you guys. That is 4 of you. Proceed. It will take 2 months to refit them. We have plenty of tonnage to do so. We will also go ahead and start refitting a couple of these Bushidos. These are 15,000 tons, so I think we can do one of them for now. Oh, we can do more than that. Oh, beautiful. All right, refit a second one. Yeah, that's as far as we can go. Okay, so that's good for us. Go ahead. We are going to lose a lot of money while refitting here, but we'll be fine. So next turn. We should play World of Warplanes. I've never played it. Don't intend to play it. What up, Mace? How's it going? War Thunder Planes is definitely interesting. If you're playing on console, you're at a disadvantage just because, like, you have to... Your mouse keeps coming back to center, whereas on PC, they point the mouse in the direction, and that's where the plane goes. So it's a little easier for them to fly on PC. That being said, I did pretty well getting up to the Mustang, the P-51 Mustang. All right, so one more month, these guys will be done refitting. Oops, want to go here, refit. Suspend, 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 suspend. Okay, so they will finish next month, and then we'll just pop these all. All right, next turn. Dude, I used to love Ace Combat. I played Ace Combat 4 Shattered Skies. That was my favorite. Love that game. I mean, you just gotta think of it like... I don't know. I think you've got to be a little bit more, if you're going to play air combat in War Thunder, you've got to be a little bit more patient and be a little bit more of kind of a scavenger. You don't want to be the first thing that everybody sees, because you'll just get jumped by multiple planes. And I don't care how good you are. If you get jumped by multiple planes, you're probably going to go down. But if you kind of hang back a little bit, or for me, I like to get really high early on, so go really high up. And that way you can see what's going on, pick out your target, and then drop down on them. And by the time they realize you're there, you have all the energy in the world. They don't. So you could just annihilate them. This worked really well with the Lightning. The Lightnings are boom and zoomers. They get really high up. They drop down. They're essentially dive bombing fighters. So they come in. They get all the energy in the world in a dive. They just hit what they can, and then they bug out. They come out the bottom of the dive hard and fast, and nobody can keep up with them. That's the goal. All right, so from here, we should be able to resume. It's always one. That's fine. 3 months shouldn't be a problem. All right. From a politics standpoint, we are right on the edge of being able to do that too. That's the sad part. From a politics standpoint, the Americans still aren't completely convinced that we should be their ally, so we're going to go ahead and once again butter them up a little bit. Look, because we're in alliance with the Germans and we're starting to be very nice to the Americans to the point we're almost in alliance, now the Americans are starting to butter up to the idea of being allies with Germany. So that's kind of funny. It's just our own influence, right? We're influencing world politics at this point. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so next turn. Shina, welcome to the stream. Long time no see. Hopefully you're having a good weekend. All right, we have officially discovered oil in the Philippines. Relations with the United States have reached a point where an alliance seems possible. Diplomats from the United States are asking to sign a special trade agreement, which will not be profitable for our nation, but will strengthen further our relations. What are your thoughts? Oh, I don't like it. Why'd you have to be a dick? U.S., come on. I want this. I really do. But I also think that they're being ridiculous. But having them as an ally, this is annoying. So this is going to cost us $26 million and -2 naval budget. Otherwise, we have to restart our getting to an alliance with them over again. Do we hold off and try to get it, or do we accept it? What up, John? How's it going? Bismarck, welcome. Jonathan Mendoza, good to see you. Accept it. Accept it. Take it. All right. I think we do it. Let's go with it. We are now an ally of the United States and of Germany. We also have lost quite a bit of money because of it. So we need to rethink what we're doing here. We got 1 more month. These will be refitted. That should hopefully sort out our money problem. So we'll let it go. If we look at politics, though, we need to go ahead and start our attempt at taking out Russia here. So we're going to go ahead and increase tension once again. So we should be at war. So the German Empire are our allies. The United States also our allies. And as you can see, as a result, they're warming up to the idea of alliance with the Soviets, which we cannot allow. We're going to be going to war with them very soon. So this is going to change dramatically. But yeah, let's just keep it going. Research-wise, everything's good. Next month, all of our stuff should be refitted. So we are ready for war. We are ready for war, boys. I'm ready. Let's do it. Yeah, you can pretty much bet that the U.S. is about to go to war with the Spanish and take over the Philippines. They found oil in the Philippines. Large industrialists proposed a redistribution of the government's budget in favor of the industrial sector at the expense of the Army and Navy budgets. What is your reaction? Army matters are not of our concern, but you know certain that the Navy's budget should stay as it is. The business people are ready to sell their homeland for some extra cents. I don't want to drop our naval budget, so I don't want to drop our GDP, so I think we just go ahead and feel unauthorized to interfere. So that increases our GDP again, reducing our naval budget even further. All right, we are only losing 2.3 million per turn, so that's fine. We will be at war pretty soon anyway, hopefully. Where are you at, Russia? So yeah, we're at minus 93 for the Russians. The Russians and I are about to go to war. Any moment there's going to be some crazy event break out that's going to cause us to go to war. Then we will start to work on our next shipyard upgrade once we have the wartime budget going. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be solid. I think we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. All right, that being said, we do need to start thinking about redistributing our ships. We're going to be fighting Russia, so we want to redistribute our ships towards the north. So these two battleships should move to Wakanai. Those were, what, Izumos? Yeah, Izumo class. All right. We've got Yokosuka. These should all be Bushido class. Yeah. So these are Bushido class, so they're fine. Where is our other... Is it Tokyo? No, these are Bushidos as well. Where's the rest of our Tokyo class? Are they down here? Or our Izumo class? We should have 4 of them. Am I crazy? Bushido, 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 Bushido. Am I crazy? All right, fleet, where is the rest of my Izumos? Izumo himself is at Maizuru. Okay. All right, we only have 3 of the, no, Izumo and Rio. I knew I was, why was it, how many times did I look at it and not see it? Okay, you go up here to Wakanai as well. We'll keep the Izumos together. And then we will keep these guys together as well. We've got a fleet of 3 and a fleet of 4 of the Bushido class. We'll send one of you north, so from Yokosuka to Muro, whatever it is. Muroran? That's hard to say. But send them north. Prepare to engage the Russians at a moment's notice. All right, that's going to hurt our naval funds. Oof, that's going to hurt our naval funds a lot. Let's go ahead and reduce the expenditure here, just for the time being. Next turn. Currently, we're not ready to invade, but we are thinking about it. But yeah, we will be going to fight the Soviets very soon. Okay, bump this back up. All right, so we have redistributed the fleet, ready to go. We will be trying to take this island will be our priority early on. And then might be able to take like Kamchatka or something as a war prize afterwards. But we should have enough tonnage to take these islands, hopefully. That's our goal. But Vladivostok is another one that we might be able to take. I doubt it. They don't actually have anything here. Like, they have not been building any of their fleet in the Japanese theater at all. Like, they have nobody over in Asia. Okay, they have one heavy cruiser. So they're going to have to... Anything that they send is going to have to come from the Black Sea or up here in the north. Yeah, there's their main fleet right there in Tallinn. They really don't have much in the way of fleets, do they? What is... Who... Have they been fighting somebody? What is the Soviets' fleet? They have 121 ships. Where are they hiding? Am I crazy? I missed something? Like, you'd think they'd be here. I guess they could just be sailing around. They haven't fought anybody. I guess they kind of been, like, angry over here. The Austro-Hungarians are trying to take eastern Poland. Alright. Well, we've got that under control. We're going to continue to increase tensions with the Russians to try to provoke them into a combat. Other than that, we've got some new stuff. Mark II 10-inch guns are coming up. That's actually huge for us, since we just built those 10-inch battleships. Alright, next turn. A serious incident has occurred which involves the Soviet Union. One of their profound politicians was assassinated in cold blood, and their government accuses us that we are behind this. They ask for humiliating concessions to forget the matter. How should we respond? Oh no! The Russians think we assassinated one of their guys. Ah! They're asking for trouble. We should never accept these accusations. Prepare for war if that is what they want. And now we are officially at war with the Soviet Union. Let's go. And because we are at war with the Soviet Union, our allies will also be potentially at war with the Soviet Union. So, good for us. Ballistite just came out as well. Alright, so. Wartime budget says yes. So we will go ahead and build our next shipyard upgrade while we have the wartime budget. We will also go ahead and increase our transport capacity to make sure that we have the ability to outbuild their ability to destroy our transports. Tech budget's going to go as high as we can. Crew training is fine. Okay. Alright, so we have our boys ready to go. We have our fleet here. We're going to go ahead and set them here. Set these guys here. And bring up the other fleet as well. We want to go to politics. Soviet Union, set a naval invasion. We could do a naval invasion of Kamchatka. I feel like it's a little early though. We're going to hold. The one that we want is Sakhalin. North and south. So technically we could invade over here at Petropavlovsk. But we're going to hold. For now we will hold. Let's see. What is the nature of... Okay, so the United States and the Germans aren't technically involved in this war yet. But hopefully they will at least support us when we go to invade and stuff by sending us some troops, even if they're not directly involved in the war. We do have, actually, we have a fleet to our south. They are heading to Vladivostok from where? Where were you hiding? He just appeared out of nowhere, right? Like, he just teleported around the map and is suddenly here? Like, hello? It's alright. Keep on track. If they come up to fight us, we'll do it. But for now, our goal is to take this island. So that's what we're going to do. Alright. Everything else is, we're losing a lot of money now because we are in sea control. God, not having money sucks. Alright, we'll go 58%. Alright, next turn. Tree Man, how's it going? Hopefully they get to the point where they decide that that fleet needs to come up and poke at our battleships, and we will sink them very quickly. But looks like they just moved them straight to Vladivostok for now, which is fine. We should be able to go to the Soviet Union, choose South Sakhalin. Yes. So we should be able to invade Korsakov. Alright, next turn. We are losing a lot of money. Why are we losing so much money? Alright, next turn. Alright, naval invasion is in fact underway. Meeks, like I said during the last stream, the reason you were removed from the fleet was because of repeated warnings of stopping you from stream sniping, and you just continued to do it. So I warned you multiple times, weeks and weeks of warnings, and you just kept going. So that's on you, not me. Sorry that you're not happy about it, but again, like, I asked multiple times for you to stop, and every stream we stream Legends, you kept jumping in and trying to stream snipe. And not only do you stream snipe, but you go out of your way to target me no matter what. So, is what it is. Alright, so from a naval invasion standpoint, it's going to take 5 months. Chance to succeed is only 35% currently, but hopefully we get this fleet in here and that'll bump it up some. What up, Aaron Bike? How's it going? But everyone does it. But not everybody's in my division, or not everybody's in my fleet. And I do call out everybody that I see stream sniping as well. Just because everybody else does it doesn't make it right. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, you're literally in my fleet and you're stream sniping me, trying to ruin my streams. So, what do you think's gonna happen? Alright. We have one heavy cruiser here. Let's go ahead and move these guys over to try to intercept that. Staying inside the naval invasion as best possible. Still losing $1 million per turn, which is not ideal. Well, I understand you wanted to play with me, but you've heard me multiple times call out the fact that I don't like when people try to ruin my streams. I have special streams that I do occasionally where I do whether it be training room battles where we set up fights against multiple people, or we do the count-in battles where we do like 12 hours of count-ins, for God's sakes. There's plenty of opportunities to jump in and play games with me, and doesn't mean that you need to jump in every single week to try to stream snipe me, and then every time you're on the red team, go out of your way to target me in particular. So, like I said, you were warned multiple times before I finally decided to remove you. So, that's on you, man. It's not me. Alright. Keep it going. Like, there are very few ways that I can potentially punish people that are stream sniping. If you're in my fleet and you're stream sniping, that is one way I can absolutely punish you. So, I mean, it's just a matter of time, right? Like I said, I warned you multiple times. I hate the fact that I literally have a fleet right on top of this man. And he's still able to potentially take out our transports. Like, hello? How was he able to strike our port as a single heavy cruiser when I have 3 battleships parked right next to him? Come on, game. Make that make sense. Alright. Next turn. What up, Rogue? How's it going? I have not done any of the fleet battles because there's not really a way for me to get everybody in my fleet together to do a five-man division. Most of the people that are in my fleet I don't know personally. And then we have people on Xbox and PlayStation, so you never know what you're going to have, like, in terms of trying to get people together. Have a good night, Captain Steve. Appreciate you dropping in. Ice Ruby, good to see you. Okay, we have kind of chased them out of the way. We're up to a 70% chance to succeed. One more month and this will be done. We will definitely need to be trying to protect this as well. What is our transports looking like? We're at 188%, so we're okay at the moment. We're okay at the moment. So next month, hopefully the the naval invasion succeeds. We take South Sakhalin, and then we will go up and navally invade Moscow. Did they just defeat us? We had a 70+% chance to succeed. I hate that. Dude, I hate how the naval invasions work at times, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it drives me bonkers. Like, 70+% chance. They have nothing here to stop us. Nothing. They have a total army force in this province of 13,000, right? We have how many people on each ship? Like, let's just look at our fleet real quick. So, we have all of these guys here, right? So, 700, 700, 700, 700, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. We almost have more people on these ships than they have in their entire province. Like, come on. There's no reason why we couldn't take that. That is obnoxious. Alright, next turn. It's just annoying that it's going to take me even longer now, and they're going to keep destroying my transports in the meantime. Alright, chance to succeed is at 98% right now, and suddenly it's going to take even longer to take than it would have been the last one, which makes no sense. Alright, next. We'll see. We'll see, Meeks. Again, it comes down to what you decide to do. But right now, there's no spots open in the fleet. It takes a long time to upgrade the fleet to get 5 new slots, which I think is stupid. I don't know why they did it the way they did. All right, we've got a 100% chance to succeed right now. So hopefully we get through this pretty quickly. The fact that the Russians are taking out our transports while I'm fighting up here trying to take their island is kind of annoying. I wish they'd send their navy up to fight us. Yeah, the economy is kind of crazy. All right, let's keep it going. We are losing money, though. Problem is they're freaking killing our transports while they're... It's annoying. See, that's the other thing, is they got a lot of fleets out there have a lot of good players in them. Not that I'm saying that my fleet doesn't have a lot of good players, but I know that my level of gameplay isn't on par with a lot of the like super like sweaty tryhards out there. But yeah, it's just not something that I'm really interested in. I might do it at some point, but as of right now, it's not really a priority for me. David Stotler coming in with a $10 bomb. What do we think of Jackie Fisher, the new British battlecruiser commander? Haven't actually checked him out yet, to be honest. Yeah, that makes sense, Mono. That makes sense as well, Swag. You got to think, like, the majority of fleets are going to be not good players, but there are going to be a handful of fleets out there that have the majority of good players in them. So, what up, Thunder Skull? How's it going? I don't have Zarkun. Zarkun's not in my fleet. Yeah, I mean, that's the way it's been in every game that I've ever played. Like, anytime you have, like, fleet battles or anything like that. Oh, we got new hulls. And a semi-dreadnought. Nice. Alright, we finally got that island. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and move these guys north. And then we will go to a naval invasion. Ah, we don't want to do that yet.
What do you think of Jackie Fisher,
Next.
the new British BC commander, in boats? I've been using him a lot, and I love his range bonuses.
Alright, so they are starting a land invasion on us. They have 140,000 army force. So they're using their entire army to try to take South Sakhalin. Meanwhile, we're in the north getting ready to invade them. So we'll put an end to this invasion pretty quickly. We are losing $3.6 million per turn right now. So we got to get that under control. This just goes to show you, you start to lose your transports, man. Your money goes down the toilet. Okay, we've got everybody here. So we have a 33% chance to succeed currently, with 3 months to is all it'll take to get there. They are advancing on the south, so that's not ideal. So hopefully we can wrap this up and get this pretty quickly. I mean, since they're land invading the south, you would think our guys would help us take this as well. Or the fact that they're pulling their guys away from the port and we're navally invading them. I can't do that. That's too expensive. I can't do either of these. Like, this is just bad. I can't afford to throw this away. Like, why would I do this? Alright, so we're at 54% currently. We'll find out next month if we actually succeed or not. Thank you guys for your donos and stuff tonight. Get some goats in the chat for everybody. Appreciate you guys. We failed to take it. Not surprised. We go straight back in. Do it again. Next turn. We have been blockaded by the Russians, which is hugely a problem. I wanted to take this quickly before they got their entire navy over here, but it looks like we're going to have to do something about it. We're going to have to destroy their blockade quickly as well, because we are going to be bankrupt pretty quick. And of course, somebody is building ships, so it's taking forever. Okay, so they have 244,000 tons. Near us. We're losing a ridiculous amount of money. Problem is, I don't have the money to deal with that. I think we are gonna have to get bankrupt. We're gonna get an insurgence of cash, but we gotta go deal with this freaking Russian bullshit. We gotta go deal with this Russian bullshit. Stop the naval invasion. Okay, these are the Ismos. We actually kind of want them to move down here. We'll come back to the naval invasion once we break this blockade. Next turn. Continue. Capri coming in, absolute OG on the channel as well. Re-upping his membership for 44 months. Ridiculous, my dude. Thank you so much. Gotta get some goats in the chat for Capri as well. 44 months, man. Getting close to 4 years. Naval funds are insufficient. The government is forced to increase naval budget and provide some extra money to cover your urgent expenses. Thank you. Problem is, we're currently being blockaded. So we desperately need to attack these guys here. All right. Finances. How in the hell are we going to survive this? Dude, I wasn't expecting them to be able to blockade me so fast. They had nobody nearby. Like, all of their shit had to come from all the way over here. How did they get all the way over here? Also, where are our allies? We're supposed to have allies. Hello? All right. Next turn. Okay, we got some fights. Hopefully we can knock out some of their ships here. Alright, so we have the Izumo class battleships versus several battleships. Their battleships have only 9.5-inch guns, so I feel very, very confident in this fight. Lots of small boats as well. Here we go! First official fight of the war is ongoing. The downside is we did lose, or we did have to pull away from our invasion of Sakhalin, which is going to allow that land invasion to potentially succeed and take over their territory again, which is really fucking obnoxious. Rogue coming in, re-upping for 10 months as well. Thank you so much, man. So the way that the sticker moves up is it moves up every 6 months. So you've got the first 6 months is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it goes 12, 24, 48, so on, or 12, 24, 36, 48, something like that. But thank you guys so much. All right, this is gonna be a large battle. But we should be pretty well off in this one. It is our Izumo class battleships after all. They are the 12-inch guns. As soon as this thing starts anyway. Why do I have a feeling that this is froze up? I thought they were supposed to have fixed that recently. There are a lot of people that gift memberships, that is true. I think this is froze, guys. I'm gonna have to restart it. So they clearly haven't fixed that. Now there's an update? Oh, for the love of God. Well, what update? Supposedly from the 8th. I think the game is lying. Like, I know I updated it. Alright. Let's see how much progress did we lose? Dude, if the campaign would have got wiped, I'm not on the beta branch anymore. I'm on the regular branch. Alright, so it is still right at the battle, which is fine. Jim. It's not that you're on an old console stopping them from bringing over the subs. I truly hope that we never get subs. Alright. Hey, look! See how quickly it loaded that time? It's like, for whatever reason, the last one just froze up. Alright. Everybody in the division. Alright, enemies spotted off to the southwest. I'm gonna go ahead and speed up time. We've already landed a hit, which is great. Okay, so these must be light cruisers, I would assume. Now remember, everybody here should have upgraded fire control, upgraded secondaries, like, we should be fine. I mean, the biggest downside here is going to be lack of ammunition. Like, we will run out of ammo before we sink this entire fleet. Huge hit. That'll be a dead ship. Thank you. Down goes another ship. And a third. No, don't turn towards them. Big hit, down he goes. Sooner we can get rid of these little turd burglars, the better. Rid of that guy, since he's super close. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and turn away. And then we can start to think about going after these guys. Speed up time. Look at the size of this fleet, man. Okay, down goes the torp boat. Come on, boys. A ricochet? What? How the hell did we ricochet HE off of a light cruiser? That didn't ricochet. Good night, sunshine. Alright. We're doing good so far. Oh, there's a lot more than 34 ships out there. I don't know how many ships it is. It's a lot. Ooh, that'll hurt. Dude, the Isimo class is nasty with these 12-inch guns, man. I wish they had more of the 4-inch guns to help keep the riffraff at bay, but overall, the mains are pretty nasty when they hit things. Another heavy cruiser goes down. As long as we can keep these guys at bay, we're gonna just rip them apart. Like, they're not gonna be able to do much to our battleships. Another heavy cruiser down. Multiple hits on the torpedo boat. Torpedo boat down. Good hit and flood on the heavy cruiser. Target that light cruiser with your secondaries, please. Oof. Goodbye, heavy cruiser. Goodbye, light cruiser. Go ahead and target the torpedo, please. Just don't want anybody to get close enough to torp me here. We're just... essentially, we're taking out the weak ones, the stragglers, the ones that want to come after us directly. We're going to take them out, lighten the load, and then we'll start to move closer to deal with these bigger ships. Because remember, their battleships only have 9-inch guns, 9.5-inch guns. So I'm not particularly worried about their battleships. Our Ismos have faced much worse. Okay, target the secondaries on the little turrets. The sooner we can get rid of these little turrets, the better. Okay. Beautiful. Alright, target the battleships. Start to knock down their tonnage. You guys have come a long way to die, Russians. Fire the guns! Dang it. Not a single hit? Are you kidding me? Surely, with a 72% chance to hit, we will hit this time, right? There we go. There's a hit. Little high. There's a better hit. Huge hits. That'll probably be the end of that battleship. We'll see. Not sure what kind of survivability they've got. Well, looks like he's actually surviving it pretty well. I'm sure he's not going to have a good time with this next salvo, though. There we go. Huge hit, more flooding. So now they've got flooding in the front and the back. It's overwhelming them. And that'll be the first battleship down. Fire the next one. Keep the secondaries working on little turd burglars if we can. Good hits, floods, torpedo detonations, all the goods. That'll be the end of that guy. Go ahead and target this guy with your secondaries next. Alright, we got a 10% chance to hit with the mains. Secondaries are doing their job, keeping the riffraff at bay. Oh, huge ammo detonation. Let's go, baby. Massive hit! Izimo scores a huge hit. Down goes the light cruiser. Go ahead. Target that little turd blossom with your secondaries. That's going to be our second kill on the battleship. Again, target that little turd. Just want to keep the little bastards at bay. Don't want them getting too close. You can see we are much more effective in today's episode of fighting than we were in previous episode. Down to just having better equipment. It's crazy how much just even a coincidence rangefinder makes over like the stock firing solutions. Switch targets. Another light cruiser goes down. This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Just missed that shot. Come on, boys. Finish off this little turd burglar before he gets in range to torp. There we go. Flooding. More flooding. Lots of flooding. He's dead. Beautiful. Alright, target this guy with the secondaries next. I'm up just short on the battleship. Dude, having this many battleships in a division and having this many secondaries pointing at the enemy, keeping these little turds at bay is huge. Now, obviously, as we go deeper into the campaign and they start having longer range torpedoes, then we're going to start to struggle a little bit. But for now, we love it. Huge hit on the Navarine. And a flash fire. Ah. It didn't propagate. Unfortunate. Might still be enough to kill, but... he's lost 2 of his engines. He's basically dead in the water at this point. We have switched targets. Yeah. He goes down. This should be a much easier target to hit for us because he's much closer. Up to a 17% solution. What up, Tron? How's it going? Appreciate you dropping in. Yeah, we've actually done surprisingly well at neutering these guys. I didn't think we were going to have enough ammo, but we've been surprisingly accurate. So, we'll take it. Do these guys have torps? They do. Okay, we gotta keep that in mind. Their torps should still only be 0.9, yeah. Still .9. I want this guy dead. Okay, he's dead. Switch targets. Yo, Jessica coming in with $10. I took 2 battleships and 3 CA versus 2 battleships, 4 CAs, 3 light cruisers, and 7 torp boats. I sunk everything. Maybe I was engaging their second fleet while you were keeping the main force of the Russians busy. Yeah, the Russians are going to want to call for peace after this, I ain't gonna lie. Secondaries, engaged. Engage the riffraff! We have turd burglars being spotted. Oh, massive hit on the battleship. I think that's the battleship dead. That was huge. Huge hit on the battleship. Down he goes. Alright, start circling back. Already landing multiple hits on the light cruiser. That's him gone. You see how much, like, just getting some kills for your crew makes a huge difference? Like, it's like they get freaking, like, what's the word? Look, they're already landing hits with the secondaries on the heavy cruisers. It's like they get blood frenzy or something. Like, as soon as they start getting kills, it's like they can't miss all of a sudden. His secondaries have been absolutely brutal. Mark II secondaries.
I took 2 BBs and 3 CA versus 2 BBs, 4 CAs, 3 CLs, and 7 terabytes. I sunk everything. Lol, maybe I was engaging their second fleet while you were keeping the main force of the Russians busy. Lol.
But thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you for everybody else that has donated and re-upped your memberships tonight. You guys are freaking crazy. Appreciate you guys. Oh no. Down goes a heavy cruiser. And then there was one! Sinking, boys! The Russians sailed all the way across the world to blockade Japan. And now they are just sitting at the bottom of the ocean. As they should be. We're running out of AP for the secondaries. Look at him. Just going down to the bottom. Oh, their heavy cruisers don't even have torpedoes. It's good to know. Some flooding. More flooding. More flooding. More flooding. Just punch all the 4-inch holes, boys. All of them. And that's it, boys. Our first decisive battle against the Russians, and we took almost 0 casualties. We lost a total of 23 men. They lost 6,991. We sank 34 ships. So whoever called that out with like 30 ships, you were correct. 5 battleships, 9 heavy cruisers, 10 light cruisers, 10 torpedo boats, all brought in. All sank. 140,900 victory points versus 17. And the Russians sue for peace. Yeah, that's probably how it's going to go, too. That was pretty good. Good guess. What up, cuz? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. That was a good fight. 4 versus 30. Look, immediately suing for peace. No, we're going to keep fighting. You thought you were going to get away with this for now? Mm-mm. Oh, no, sunshine. And now our first test of the Bushido class. All right, we still have bigger guns than them, which is hilarious. But this ought to be a much more interesting fight. Let's hope that our Bushido class lives up to their billing. A smaller gun, yes, but they should be pretty effective. So we have more of them. Alright. Get everybody in the same division. Enemy spotted to the southwest. Speed up time. Remember, we have more secondaries on these battleships as well.
And the Russians just sued for peace, lol.
We've already been spotted. Shocker. Look at these bad units, man. They may only be 10-inch guns, but they should still be very, very effective. Let's go ahead and start turning towards the spotted ships, please. Now, these guys have not been trained yet. This is their first chance of getting into battle, so this might be a little bit frustrating, but hopefully they'll get their bearings pretty quickly. Alright, these guys are actually going right to left. These are battleships over here, so they're going to be our main priority to kind of engage. Should have a much faster fire rate out of our 10-inch guns as well. And we already know that the secondaries are disgusting. And we have a lot more secondaries on these things. I think these are heavy cruisers. We have a whole lot of little riffraff here to think about. Alright. Turn the secondaries towards the riffraff, please. Start targeting the battleship with the mains. Look at the secondaries just immediately ripping the little turds apart. Another flash fire. Target this light cruiser now. Stop turning towards it. That was a misclick. Okay, light cruiser goes down. Hopefully soon followed by the little turd burglar behind him. He's getting very close to torpedo range. Beautiful. Freaking beautiful. Keep the secondaries focused on the little turds. Okay, you're getting a little bit too close. Secondaries target the other one. Okay, getting some hits. The Boyarine has surrendered due to high casualties from the amount of hits that it took from the secondaries. Now, I wonder how quickly we're going to be able to dispatch these battleships, to be perfectly honest. Okay, that's actually not bad damage, and we're causing flooding. It might not be too bad, actually. I was worried that we're going to struggle to take these guys down with these smaller guns, but it doesn't appear to be as big of an issue as I thought. More flooding. Okay, switch targets. Dude, it's just so nice to have, like, getting some sort of consistency out of our guns now. I think this is a pretty good first showing for these ships. They're very, very consistent. Down goes the light cruiser. Down goes another light cruiser. Good hits and flooding. Huge flash fire. Okay, flip the secondaries over to the torp boat. I think that battleship may be going down, but I want to make sure. There's another flood. Okay, flip that to there. Secondary still focus. Okay, torp boat's down. Switch secondaries over to the other torp boat. Oh, this is just a rout, man. Okay, so the Bushido class is pretty good. Their faster fire rate's definitely coming in handy. Okay. See how well our guns do against these heavy cruisers. We know that the secondaries can do some work. Okay, there's a flood. Yeah, our secondaries are devastating these guys. Okay, we actually just took a hit there. Not ideal. Down goes the heavy cruiser. Down goes another heavy cruiser. It's the secondaries, man. These secondaries are just ripping apart these cruisers. Imagine if secondaries were this effective in World of Warships Legends. Alright, speed up time. Let's go chase down these little turds. They're capable of 15.9 knots. We're capable of 19. Now we get to see our bow end design where we still get to have 4 guns pointing towards the enemy. So we should be able to chase them down pretty easily here. Imperial Cat coming in, re-upping for 6 months. Appreciate you, man. Bushido class needs a nerf? Nah. They're doing great. No nerfs. Only buffs. All the buffs. Look at this beautiful ship. Beautiful ship. We'll come alongside him on the left so that the right side of our ship gets some practice shooting too. You know, because this isn't an actual war or anything. We're just out here trying to, look at this little turd burglar. How dare you surrender? You're supposed to sink like the rest of your freaking comrades. Yeah, this isn't war, this is just target practice. These guys want to initiate freaking blockades against us. We'll completely obliterate their opportunity to create war. And led by none other than Bushido himself. The name bearer of her class. Hopefully this is a message to our allies as well. We are a strong nation, worthy of your support. But if you cross us, well, you can see what happens. Alright, let's open up the angle a little bit. Everybody focus this little turd first. I love how I tell them to focus this guy, but we're actually still targeting with the other guns up here. This gun can shoot this guy while we target this guy. It's called effective strategy. So we technically have like a 6-gun broadside. As we come alongside, our secondaries are going to rip these guys apart. It's the Admiral, knock him off! How dare you, Nakamov? We will take you down. Let's see what it looks like from their perspective, shall we? We gotta run away! Oh, that explains a lot. These are heavy cruisers, but this is actually the, like, hybrid heavy light cruiser sort of deal. So that explains a lot, actually. That's why they're so susceptible to HE. That's why our secondaries are ripping them apart. They just don't have the armor. They're trying to run, but they're incapable of running. We outrun them with battleships. Alright, let's shoot AP out of our mains, please. Oh god! The weather just suddenly changed. It got foggy as hell. Concentrate fire on the Alexander Menshikov. There we go, that's a big hit. So these are our secondaries that we have like up on the top here. So like these 4-inch guns. That's why we're running out of ammo so quickly in these. Even though they're all 4-inch guns, they have their own separate ammo supply from the casemates. So we're not actually running out of ammo for our secondaries, just the upper secondaries. The turreted secondaries. Hurry up and finish off your food, Bushido. Come on, finish him off. Beautiful. Switch targets. Just go directly at him, I guess. What up, liquor store? Welcome. Johnny, good to see you. Took a hit. Only partial pin though. I mean, once again, we have completely decimated this entire fleet with very little damage. Where you going, Isaiah? Look, running away is just gonna make you die tired, man. Just slow down. Hell, surrender if you want. Either way, you're gonna die. There we go, some flooding on board. We've got him doing circles, which is not going to end well for him. More flooding. Now he's flooding at the bow and the stern. That's going to overflow multiple compartments and lead to a cascade effect of him going down, if I had to guess. Yep, look at all the compartments filling up. Good night, sunshine. And that's the end of the battle, boys. Another decisive battle for the Japanese Navy. 19 crew members lost. They lost 3,678. 19 ships sank. Another 73,000 victory points versus 36. Yep. I think the Bushido class is going to be okay. I think the Bushido class is going to be okay. All right, so we took a little bit of damage. I say tongue-in-cheek. Supposedly, we are still blockaded by them. Somehow. Okay, so where are they, if that's the case? This is the only fleet that I see left over here. Oh, wait, there's this cruiser, isn't it? It's just a cruiser? Yeah, one cruiser all by its lonesome over here. Alright, let's bring you guys back up here, please. Let's take the Izumo class. Move them up here off the coast of Vladivostok. Problem is, we're still losing a stupid amount of money for no reason whatsoever. Where are the rest of their ships? It's got to be just this fleet. Like, if we look at their politics, like, what do they have left? The Soviet Union went from having, like, 120 some odd ships to having 63. We've cut the fleet in half. Where are the rest of them? Okay, they changed their government flag again, so now they are the hammer and sickle with the star. So we've got this one heading in our direction. They're heading to Vladivostok. Have this fleet here as well. That's another big fleet coming over. All right. Continue. All right, next turn. The problem is I don't have a way to stop from losing so much money. Like, I'm still going to lose $10 million next turn. Because of this blockade that doesn't exist anymore. Like, we completely destroyed their blockade. The blockade should be busted. Maybe it just takes one to... Yeah, see, we're still blockaded by them. Okay, stay down here then. Maybe send you over... From a power projection, it's just these guys. Yeah, it's literally just the fleet that's in the cap. But we're losing so much money because of this blockade, man. They're not even blockading us. It's stupid. Like, they have no power projection there. They have no power projection here. It's just the Sea of Japan that they've, quote-unquote, blockaded by putting their ships in their own port. If we go here... Could potentially invade Vladivostok. Do we try it? I gotta try to draw these guys out somehow. Screw it. We'll go for it. But if we don't find a way to, like, stop this soon... Okay, we've got a strike. Hopefully that's a strike on their port. What up, Terminator? Good to see you. Okay, the blockade is over. We have officially stabilized our economy. And it is a strike against us, which is just freaking obnoxious. They're striking down here in China, for God's sakes. I guess it's Taiwan. Forgot about that. Auto resolve is fine. Okay, politics, finances. We can officially jump this back up again. Bring this up. Bring this up from what we can. Let's just take us to like 50%. It gives us 2.8 million per turn. We got to get our budget going up in the right direction. Okay, naval invasion. Looks like it's doing okay. They still have their fleet there, though. What worries me is the next turn they may actually be able to blockade us again because they have more fleets on the way. But if we can deal with the fleets as quickly as they show up, then maybe we'll be able to overcome it. All right, so we have the we have the Hibachi, Mikasa, and Hizen versus 3 battleships and several little torpedoes and stuff. So I'll take that fight. What up, Darkman? Welcome. Don't forget, guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you guys punch that like button. Let's YouTube know that we actually do this game too. So make sure that it pushes the videos out to other people who might be interested in some Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. All right. Enemy is spotted to the south, so we are heading in roughly the right direction. Speed up time. It is our Bushidos once again, only this was the second Bushido fleet. It's a fleet of 3 of them. So we got Hizen, Mikasa, and Hibachi. They have 3 battleships and a couple of cruisers with a whole bunch of torpedo boats and stuff. So if we can hunt them down and take them out here, that saves us from a potential blockade again. So that is our goal for this particular attack. What up, Joey? I've got 66 people in here and 44 likes, but yeah, if you guys could, I appreciate you guys punching that like button. Alright, let's go ahead and turn out to the port side. Because we know that we're going to be inundated with a crap ton of little vessels. Look at the size of the fleet. Just like more and more people popping up out of nowhere. Huge hits on the torpedo. Flash fire. First kill. What happens when you get between me and my targets. Remember, this is these guys' first fight, so they're pretty untrained at the moment. Or they're pretty green, so we gotta bide our time, let them get some confidence. As we build up confidence, these guys will start to land hits, and then it'll be GG's. Get the guy that's closest to us. Come on. I know he took out his torpedoes, but he's still got a lot of torpedoes over there. Speaking of torpedoes getting taken out, nighty night sunshine. Alright, target these guys. Instant hits. Switch targets. Just trying to, once again, remove all the riffraff so that we can close in and deal with the battleships. Alright. Secondaries focus this guy again. Instantly scoring some flooding hits. A couple more floods and that should do it for him. Switch targets. Insta floods. I think we definitely made the right call with these battleships using the 4-inch guns, man. The 4-inch guns have been fantastic. Yo, Darkman coming in and dropping a $25 Australian bomb on us. Closing in on 50K. Are you in the realms of making a decent wage comparative to a full-time job? I'll be honest with you. I've already been making a decent amount, like for a couple of years now. This year I'm on track to make the most I've ever made once again. Sorry about that. I wanted to heart your comment. But yeah, I mean, if all goes well and I finish the year strong, I'm probably going to be, for the first time ever, making just over $40,000 this year. Which is the first time ever on not just my YouTube, but also in any job I've ever had. I've never actually made over $40,000. I've come close a few times, but I've never actually done it, so yeah, I'd say we're doing okay. Also, can we target the riffraff, please? We're letting these guys get way too comfortable getting this close. But thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for you guys. Like, you guys are why I am able to continue to do this.
Comparative to a full-time job from streaming yet?
And I mean that because if it wasn't for the donations that you guys do, I would have already had to have gone back to just working full-time again. Probably give it up on YouTube, but because of my live streams and because of the generous donations from you guys, I'm able to continue to do this. So thank you guys so much. Like, it legitimately is, like, especially after YouTube took and reduced the amount of money that we earn per 1,000 views this year. Ever since they started monetizing shorts, it's been rough. Like, the ad revenue just has not been there this year. So it's been a lot of you guys being generous with donations and stuff that have helped the channel continue to produce. So thank you guys. Torpedo detonation on their battleships. Love to see it. Alright, let's go ahead and target some more of the riffraff with the secondaries, please. Target the torpedo again. Target the torpedo. That was a huge strike on that torpedo. Like, that was just devastating. Again, just get rid of the torps. Once we get rid of the torpedoes, then we'll focus solely on these battleships and we'll just murder. Yeah, they're not running away yet, that's for sure. Okay, down he goes. Target this guy in the front. Shoot HE with the secondaries, please. Burn them down! Shoot AP with the primaries, please. Partial pin. Okay, go back to auto. Target this guy instead. Can we pin him at this angle? Got a flood. Big hits. Let's go. That's what we needed. More of that. At this point, it's just a matter of time before they go down. We do have to watch out for torpedoes, though. But I think we've got him on the run. In terms of, he should be going down pretty quickly here. Down he goes. Oh, beautiful. Let's go, boys. Finish him off. I mean, they have done almost no damage to us again. Another big punch through. Down he goes. Extensive fires. And then there was one, boys. And I think we've got him pretty much dead in the water at this point. He's got an engine knocked out. We got a 91% chance to hit our next shot. And we ended up shooting the guy that's right next to us. Of course we did. I mean, he's burning everywhere. We've essentially turned his ship into an oven. He's flooding pretty hardcore. I think he's done. Nighty night, sunshine. Down he goes! 9 crew lost versus 3,727 lost. 0 ships sunk versus another 19 ships sunk. 78,000 victory points gained for us. Let's go. Like, we have not just beaten the Russian Navy. We have embarrassed, humiliated, stolen all of their wives. Like, this is just bad for them. Their entire Navy has just been completely and utterly destroyed. You're not wrong, Joey. You're not. But down he goes. Got another fleet coming up here. So they are now down to how many ships? 44 ships. Yeah, just keep sending us your fleets, Russians. Go ahead. I'll let you know how it works out for you. Was that the fleet that was already in Vladivostok? No, they still have the fleet that's currently sat in the port, praying to God that they don't actually have to fight us. These guys are getting very close to succeeding with this land invasion as well. Still losing 4 million per turn. God dang, man. What do I got to do to get some money around here? What up, Zach? Welcome to the stream. Got another fight coming up. Alright, it is the Bushido class versus a bunch of cruisers and 1 battleship. Yeah, let's see how that goes for them. And this should be a Bushido class that is well trained at this point. So, yeah, this should be pretty one-sided. Sorry to hear that, Zach, but I'm glad to see you, man. Hopefully things get better for you. Alright, let's get everybody in a division. We are going to go in a line ahead formation, please. Enemy is spotted directly off our bow, so we're just going to go right at him. And this should just be devastating for the enemy. Like I said, only 1 battleship in this entire fleet, so it's a bunch of riffraff. And we've already seen how quickly we can dispatch with them. And we do have regular crew training now, so no longer green. So I would expect to be a lot more proficient with our guns and aiming. Alright, let's go ahead and make our turn to port. Get all of our secondaries to bear. This is a sizable force of very small vessels. Target this torpedo boat, please, before he gets too close. Target him with our secondaries, please. Initiate a turn. It really does not take long for us to just wipe out half the enemy fleet when it's all this riffraff. Keep an eye on where that battleship is out there, because he'll probably be the last thing we end up fighting, and I want to make sure that we get him. We don't want to leave him alive. Had an abscess on your ankle, which escalated and put you in the hospital for 9 hours last Tuesday. I'm sorry to hear that, man, but I'm glad you seem to be on the mend. Yeah, that's never good, man. Painful, too, I would imagine. Alright, let's target this guy back here, please. He's the closest. So he's being ripped apart pretty quickly. The light cruisers have decided to kind of grow a pair and come back at us here. So as soon as we deal with this guy, I'm gonna have to change. Immediately target these turrets. I think that guy's going down. These guys have so many torpedoes if we let them get too close. Okay. Kronstadt did go down, or Kronschlott did go down. Okay, one light cruiser down. Immediately targeting the second. Target the third. Okay. Target the fourth. down he goes. Okay, the battleship is kind of following these guys, so we don't have to worry about him. He seems to be chasing, which is perfect. Allows us to deal with all the riffraff and then come back and hunt him down. It's got to feel a lot better now that they helped get rid of your abscess, though. Like I said, it's got to be really painful. Alright, target this guy, please. Once we get rid of these guys, then we'll turn in. Dude, these secondaries are nasty. Just ripping these guys apart. That's the end of this Sviataya. Doesn't seem to matter what angle we're at either. It seems like we pin these little heavy cruisers no matter what. The Rurik. Looks like he's trying to get the flooding under control, but I'm hoping that we can take him down pretty quick here. Alright, let's go back inside a little bit here. Well, I kind of wanted to go back inside, but this guy's not dead yet. I'm getting way too close for my comfort. Worried he's gonna shit out a torpedo pretty soon if he doesn't die. Okay, there we go. Alright. Target torpedo. Target a heavy cruiser. Target the light cruisers. What? Oh, torpedo detonation. Let's go. Teach you to carry so many gigantic explosives on board, huh? Another one down. Dude, they're dropping like flies now. Just explosions everywhere, as far as the eye can see. Alright, target the torp boats. I find it funny that we've just done one gigantic circle around their entire fleet, just annihilating everything in our path. They've had no chance. Let's make sure we get rid of that torp boat. Go for the light cruisers again. These guys are about to cross in front of each other. That's going to be really bad for their health. Huge explosions. Switch target. They both go down. Yeah, you don't want to cross in front of us when we're firing at something. Does not end well for your ship. And you definitely don't want to be the thing that we're actively shooting at. Alright, target the riffraff again. Just want to get rid of him. One more riffraff to go, and then it's just the battleship, boys. Down he goes. Everybody focus the battleship with everything you got. Can you imagine how many people would be in the water right now? Like after the size of the fleet that we just murdered right here? There'd be so many people in the water. And then we'd be like running over them trying to like maneuver our ship. This poor battleship is going to get burnt down by the secondaries long before he ever gets sunk. Torpedo detonations. Love to see it. Just in case you wanted to know what it was like to be on the receiving end of our fleet. Down he goes. A lot of sailors in the water for sure. 20 crew members lost to 4,847. 0 sank to 32 sank. 96,000 victory points versus 10. This is a bit of a slaughterhouse, to be perfectly honest. I don't think the Russians will ever recover from this. I know what you're doing, Joey. I know what you're doing. That's why I said sailors. Alright, here we go. Alright, we don't have a very high chance of pulling this one off. So I think we're going to actually take these guys north up here. We have defended our waters. Let's look at their navy now. The Soviet Union actively has 12 ships, and it's the ships that are in port right here who refuse to come out and fight us. We have completely destroyed their entire fleet from over 100 vessels down to just 12. Now we got to stop this. Even if they take this back, I'm just going to take it anyway. You know what? Let's just hold. Just hold. Let this come to an end. Chance to succeed is 16%. It ends in 3 months. It wasn't down. It wasn't one massive battle. It was like 3 or 4 different battles. But still, they had over 100 vessels, and in 2 separate engagements, we sank 30 of them. Hey, they came out to fight! Look at them! And they chose to fight the Ismos. Oh, that's a mistake, Sunshine. Out of the ones that you could have fought, this was not the one that you wanted. Oh, they have royally f***ed this up. Yes, the blockade did get broken. We smashed their blockade. We told them, you want to blockade Japan? Bet. Let's see how that goes for you, Sunshine. You may have hurt us in the short term, but we annihilated your entire navy. And the Izumo class is here to stay. And the guys that have been hiding in Vladivostok this entire time has finally come out to fight. Let's see what they got. This is the last of the Russian Navy. This is all they got left. 12 vessels. It's like, you know, we've been struggling with these ships that have a lot of secondaries. These guys don't have as many secondaries, but they do have 12-inch guns. And they have been fought, or they have been in major fights. I feel like this guy's already trying to run away. Alright, let's go ahead and make our turn to port here. We want to match their direction of travel if we can. This is the last of the Soviet fleet, so we want to make sure that we do this correctly. Secondaries, focus the destroyers, please. Or the light cruiser. Focus torp boat. Focus heavy cruiser. Big hit. Wasn't quite as big as I thought it was. It sounded big. Switch up targets. Good hits on the light cruiser. Big hit on the battleship. That was a much better hit. Okay, good hits. Target the heavy cruiser. Dude, these secondaries are disgusting, man. These 4-inch guns do not play around. Again, we'll target the light cruiser. Make sure he can't run away. All ships focus the Slava. And just for good measure, you get a nice little fireworks display. Huge hit. Down he goes. Target the second battleship. Alright, next shot should be devastating. Now that we've all shot at it. He's probably going to die to freaking fires before we actually get to shoot him with the mains here. Here we go. Fire the guns! He's got quite a lot of water coming on board. Down he goes to fires. Target the last remaining ship, boys. Speed up time. Yeah, you don't want to f with the Izumos or the Bushidos, man. Our battleships are second to none. They will annihilate everything in their path. Massive hits. Oh my god, that's the end of that battleship for sure. He's flooding everywhere. It's gonna overflow his bulkheads. And down he goes. Nighty night, sunshine. Oh, and just for one last measure, Izumo itself is like, screw you! So there goes the last of the Imperial Russian Navy. I think there's one cruiser that got away that's somewhere out in the Pacific somewheres. But, yeah, that's done. Like, that's all they got. That's all they got, fellas! We have annihilated the Russians. And now we just try to take their territory. Look at the war score difference between us and Russia. We have 468,445 victories points. They have 1,962. Most of that came from transports. That is what you call brutally beaten. Which is exactly what these guys are going to get when I come up here and ruin them. Hey, there's the heavy cruiser. Forgot about that. Let's take these guys up north. Why not? Like I said, we're not going to be able to take this, but if we send this up north, that keeps this going. We do have some money, finally. I'm going to let that build up our naval funds for a while. I'm not going to build the next level of our shipyard yet. Just going to hold out. Speaking of shipyards, let's go to ship design and come up with a new battleship design, shall we? What up, heathen? Good to see you. So we do have the semi-dreadnought hull, which is this one. And then we have the Battleship 2 hull. I personally am a fan of the Battleship 2 hull, if I'm being honest. So I think this is the one we're going to go with. This will be our next battleship. We will go ahead and max out the displacement of the hull itself. And then let's go with standard crew quarters. For a speed, I want to go 20 knots if we can. For a main tower, we do have the front tower 6. For the rear tower, we have the rear tower 3. For funnels, let's go ahead and make sure that we've got this set up. We have triple expansion steam engines, hydraulic steering, Let's go nickel, anti-torp, reinforced bulkheads, Citadel, stereoscopic rangefinders. All right. For funnels, what can we do here? We've got 14% engine efficiency with these. Or we got 23 with these. Could do something like that. How about that? I think it looks a little better. All right, so that's 95% engine efficiency. It's not terrible. For the main guns, what do we want to throw on here? We do have the Mark 1. I mean, we've got the Mark 2 10-inch guns now. Or do we want to go ahead and step up to the 13-inch guns for reasons? I think we could just go straight to the 13-inch guns. Why not? What could go wrong? Gigantic 13-inch guns. We're setting a precedent here. We're going to make sure that we have the biggest freaking most powerful Navy possible. All right, casemates. Obviously, we do have the Mark II 5-inch guns now. They reload in 17.8 seconds. The Mark II 4-inch guns reload in 10.5 seconds. I think I want to go straight for the 5-inch guns now. Because we can have a boatload of them. So we got the 5-inch secondaries on there. I don't know if there's any more casemate holes that could be filled. I don't think there is. Okay. What if we go with secondary turrets? Anything? No, we're not going to be able to get anything anywhere. Okay, fair enough. It was a thought. It was a thought. All right, so what else do we got? So we want to go with the Barbette Anti-Flash 2. We are overweight. Maybe we drop it down to 19. That saves us quite a bit of weight. Also puts us over 100% engine efficiency. We don't need that much range, so we'll drop that down as well. That saves us a bunch more weight. Let's set this for standard ratio. Still like the idea of using base fuse HE. We do have semi-armor piercing shells, which we know are absolutely devastating with 13-inch guns early in the game. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll go with semi-armor piercing. We do have ballistite, so we'll go with that, and then gun cotton. Standard shell size is fine. Hydraulic turrets is fine. Enhanced reloading. All right. So we have guns. Lots of guns. So now we need to think about armor profile. Let's go 1 inch there. Drop this down to 10-inch conning tower, please. Let's go up to like 1.5 inches. If we can go the 10-inch belt armor, and then make this like a little bit better here. We've still got plenty, so let's take it all the way up to 5 inches. Okay, that gets us pretty close to where we want to be. Let's go ahead and add this to 1/2 inch thick. All of this will leave. We don't need to change anything down here. So these are 13-inch 37 caliber main guns. What up, Sean? Right now, there's no more spots open for our fleet in Legends. We're only able when we upgrade. It takes forever to upgrade because it takes a lot of oil to upgrade your fleet. The next upgrade I think is 75,000 oil. So we've got a lot of oil to get before we can get another upgrade. But they only allow us to add 5 people each time. So it takes a long time to upgrade. So just hang around and watch out for my next community post for when the fleet's able to open up positions again. Appreciate you, though. All right, so what do we call this thing? Like, I think this thing's crazy. The Naginata? The Heathen? All right, we'll go with the Heathen. All right. Now, we can't build any of them yet. We're going to have to wait. Namely because we just don't have that kind of money. But we will be building them at some point. So right now we are in bad states in terms of finances. So we're just trying to build up our naval funds as best we can. Next turn. Let's go. Okay, we are officially striking their transports this time. And we've damaged their port. Okay, failed to get or to gain control of that. We have a heavy cruiser here and a heavy cruiser here. Where are you heading? He's headed to Vladivostok. I really wish that our government would do something about this. Like, we should be able to assist our guys in the north, you would think. All right. Our army logistics is up to 14%. Theirs is only at 7. They have currently 3 ships in their fleet. We are making a decent chunk of money now. So again, we're just going to let this build up for the moment. Maybe start budgeting some more money into our research again. Next turn. So this should be the last turn for this naval invasion, which we will likely fail. Welcome back, Lances. Yeah, it's been kind of crazy. The Russians blockaded us, then we ended up breaking their blockade and completely annihilating their entire navy. And now we have found their last 2 heavy cruisers, and they've decided to engage our Bushidos. So let's see how that works out for them. It's not an all BB run. I just like to use battleships heavily early on because it's so hard to build good small ships early because you have to get so close to torp everything and you just get ripped apart as we've shown. Okay, enemies to the northeast. So we're heading in the right direction. So it turns early on in this game, small ships are just liabilities. Still spotted to the northeast, so should be heading in roughly the right direction. We should be comparable speed, if not faster than them, so hopefully we can catch up to them. They're at times... Okay, we are getting close. They have spotted us, so we should be spotting them very soon. And it was at this moment they knew. They f***ed up. Enemy spotted off the starboard side. Open fire! Now with our seasoned crews. You guys thought they were effective before. Wait till you see what happens now. We're about to murder these little turds. Might as well just go ahead and turn towards them. Go ahead and shoot AP, please. Out of the secondaries. Are these different? Oh yeah, these are just more of a normal heavy cruiser. Oh, well that's a shame. And by a shame, I mean they're toast. They're not gonna have a good time. So these guys have six-inch guns. Good hit. Destroyed a torpedo. So this is a newer design heavy cruiser for them. And unfortunately, it does not help them against our battleships. The Bushido class will not be outperformed by the enemy. And down he goes to extensive fire. So yeah, your new heavy cruisers, not much better than your old heavy cruisers. Nice. Oh my god, we actually took it. We had like a 16% chance and we took Vladivostok. That's hilarious. Alright, let's get up to the north. It looks like they've actually lost some progress in their major offensive up here. So that's good news for us. Politics. I can't start the naval invasion until we close the distance. So, next turn. Holy crap, I can't believe we actually took the Russian Far East. That's big. It's like a 16% chance, but that just makes up for the fact that we failed to take South Sakhalin earlier. We had like a 75% chance. Just goes to show, you can always get lucky or you can always get unlucky. So our max shipyard size currently is at 33,000. Still taking out their transports. Okay, politics. Now we should be able to navally invade these guys. North Sakhalin, please. Next turn. I used to play the Naval Academy back in the day when there wasn't anything else to do in the game. But, yeah, I haven't played the Naval Academy in this game in so long. I'm sure it probably isn't too bad. Just annihilating their transports at this point. All right, naval invasion underway. Let's get these guys inside the ring. We need a total of 14,000 tons. We have an 86% chance to succeed, and it will take, at this point, 3 months. Beautiful. Beautiful! We will crush their rebellion, and we will take their land before they are able to retake their own. And then we'll go try to take Petropavlovsk. Or do we go Magadan? Might do that. All right. We officially have a 100% chance to succeed, so next month this should be ours. From a politics standpoint, they have 1 torpedo boat as their fleet. That is called absolute devastation. From over 100 vessels down to 1 torpedo boat remaining. Good luck. All right, so from a finance standpoint, we are making $5.4 million per turn. So I think we're going to keep cranking up our tech budget again. We should have this now. I mean, surely we can't lose when we have a 100% chance of success, right? Yeah, I've never actually gotten to a point where I've fought the United States and gotten them to change their flag either. Come to think of it. Never really paid attention. Hey, we got it! Alright, the war continues. Petro or Eastern Siberia. I mean, it makes sense if we're coming from here to grab Eastern Siberia next. So I think that's what we do. Just go ahead, go north. Politics. Gotta wait. Next turn. Go for Kamchatka. All right, what do we got? Politics. Soviet Union naval invade. Eastern Siberia. Yes. And then once we take that, then we will grab this over here. Financially, we're doing just fine. Feels good, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, this war with Russia has gone extremely well for us. Not gonna lie. If we could take all of this territory, that is huge. Obviously, we can try to sue them for this at some point. So, like, when we go for the thing, like, the other thing we would, like, we obviously don't want their eastern or their western territories, right? Like, we don't want any of this because this is too far away from what we can actually do anything with. So if we could take, like, Siberia and Russia, then we're pretty much done with Russia for the rest of the campaign. Like, we've completed our goal. But if we can take this as a war prize, I would love that. I don't know that we can, but I'm going to try. So that's our goal here, is to take this and Petropavlovsk, aka Kamchatka, take those two as naval invasions, and then we come over here and grab this as our peace treaty reparations. All right. Other than that, I think we just go ahead and next turn it. Aw, shit. Dadgummit. I didn't think about that. I wish I'd have saw that ahead of time. All right, well, it's going to take 4 months. No, I clicked the wrong button, you big dum-dum. Ah, that's frustrating. I got an idea, though. I have an idea. What if we send one fleet over here, because it only needs like 14,000 tons to complete. So if we send one fleet over here, and then the other two, we start a naval invasion of the Kamchatka or whatever. Yeah, I wish I would have read that before I clicked the button. Not gonna lie, I didn't think about that. I didn't know that they had a port over here. Oh my god, let us freaking play our game. Thank you. Now we have some advanced towers. Okay, if we go to politics and start... Oh, we can't start a naval invasion yet. I hate it. I hate how that freaking... I wish the map rotated all the way through. Developers, I know you guys are doing like some quality of life stuff. Can you please make it so that the map scrolls all the way through so that I don't have to scroll all the way to the other side of the freaking map just to see the chunk that's left? Like, please. Please. I don't ask a lot, right? All right, let's get these guys moving down here to Petro. Next. Will being that close to Alaska piss off the U.S.? I mean, technically it would be our territory, so it shouldn't piss them off. I mean, it's just like Russia's right next to the U.S. currently, so like... War has erupted between the Germans and the Soviets. Oh, so now you want to get involved, you freaking turd blossoms. Turds! Scavengers! They refused to help us as our ally. They refused to join in during the war. And then suddenly, we kick all of their asses, and now all of a sudden our allies are like, yeah, we're at war with the Soviets. Damn it. All right, let's go ahead and start that. And then we want the 3 that are by themselves to go ahead and move all the way the fuck over here. All right. Can't believe the Germans are doing that. Like, it's just legitimately are trying to scavenge off of our work. For those of you not familiar with the history of Alaska, Alaska used to be part of Russia. We bought Alaska from Russia. So, just in case you guys were wondering. Alright, so we have this going on. It is a 90% chance to succeed. Beautiful. Alright. How the hell do they have a population of 73,000 but an army force of 99,000 on Kamchatka? They have a larger army on this island than they have people that live there. And then we're heading over here and should be there relatively soon. It's going to take a while to finish though because it's taken us so long to get over there. All right, so financially we're doing okay. Not worried about that, so just keep going. I'm going to keep our map looking in this direction so I can look over here to the left, see how long it will, or what our odds of succeeding with just the 3 ships are. Just killing all their transports at this point. Okay, we've got our multiple expansion steam engines again. So this is the triple expansion M engines. It flipped us all the way back. God darn it. Okay, how long will it take? Okay, so they could potentially take this right now, so that's fine. We'll leave them there. We're focusing on this here as well. 90% chance. So, yeah, should be good. Looks like things are gonna go to plan. I love it when a plan comes together. What are the fucking Germans doing right now? Like, what are you guys doing? You guys doing some land invasions? Of course you are. Okay, so the Russians are getting their asses whooped everywhere. So now the Germans have decided to take part solely due to the fact that we've wiped out their entire navy, and now they're going to land battle the shit out of them and probably take all of their eastern territories while we're taking their western territory, or vice versa. They're taking the western territories while we take the eastern. That's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. All right. Well, we're doing pretty well. I ain't gonna lie. I knew this was gonna go well, but I didn't expect it to go this well. We are kicking ass. And it is officially the turn of the century, boys. It's January of 1900. Let's go. The purchase of Alaska was widely considered a foolish decision by then Secretary of State Seward. It was widely publicized as Seward's folly, or Seward's icebox. All the negativity was silenced when gold was discovered and the Klondike gold rush began. Yeah, it turns out Alaska very valuable. Between oil and gold and lots of other resources, like Alaska very valuable. The Russians f***ed up by selling it. And it's our largest state now. Funny how that works. All right, still doing good there. Love it. I mean, they have no navy. They can't actually stop us. 96% chance to succeed with just 3 ships. You'll love to see it. How's this invasion going? I'm assuming that we're helping. Yep, look at us. Look at us sending our army over to help them. Turds. See, we help you, you don't help us. Funny how that works. I'll remember this, Germany. You've got land over here that I might want to take at some point, so you remember that. Dude, the Empire of Japan is actually no joke right now. Like, when we take all of this, Eastern Siberia and Kamchatka, I mean, that's a huge amount of land that we own. And then it's going to be, hopefully, taking this as a war prize. I mean, the obvious choice would actually be to grab Kazakhstan, if we could, as a war prize as well. We'll see what we can do here. Like, we have a ridiculous war score. I would imagine that that's going to tally up to quite a bit of reparations by Russia. So if we could take, like, Kazakhstan, we know they have oil. Siberian Russia, I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, this is a big one for us, but if we can get some oil, that would be huge for us as well. And then you got Kyrgyzstan just underneath that. So we'll see what we can take. Worst case scenario, we leave Siberia and Russia to Russia, and we take Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, further surrounding the Chinese. All right. In that news, let's see what we're up to. What do we got? Mark II 11-inch guns coming up. Nice. Anti-submarine early theory 4 is coming up. Radio telegraph is actually coming up. And advanced naval formations is coming up, so better cruise. Can't argue with that. What do we got here? Standard medical department. Okay. What do we got? Longitudinal strength. Potential for new hulls. This is a 1898. So we're a couple of years behind in tech because of our lack of budget, which is not ideal. Just keep pumping up our budget if we can. Remember, the more territory we take, the more money we're going to make as well. So that's always a good thing. Like, these guys have an income of $54 million. This guy has a $413 million income for Kamchatka. Good God. Yes, please. I need that in my GDP life. Let's go. That is Siberia, though. Good Lord, that's a lot of money too. That's what I'm saying. There's some money to be made here in this war. All right. Where were we? Naval invasion. How you doing? 3 more months. All right. Next turn. Is La Foudre a Richelieu reskin? Basically. I mean, it's supposed to be the Jean Bart reskin, but yeah. Alaska purchased on March 20th of 1867 for the grand total of $7.2 million. That's what I'm saying. $7.2 million back then is crazy, but still, like, when you think about what we got out of it, like, it's not even close. One of the worst deals in history. It's the Wish.com version of the Jean Bart. Turkmenistan? Okay. So there's some more oil. The Russians have changed to the Russian Federation now, I believe. I believe that's the flag that I'm seeing. All right, how we doing? 2 more months, still a 90% chance. How about the other side? 4 more months, 96% chance. Let's go. I'm so excited. Not gonna lie. I'm so excited. How the Germans doing over here? Still progressing? Yep, they're still progressing for sure. Trying to take over Lithuania. I mean, at this point, the Japanese Empire is one of the largest nations in the game. I'm not saying it's the largest. Obviously, you got China that's larger than us currently. Well, that'll change pretty soon when we take Siberia and Kamchatka. But, like, we're up there on the world stage as one of the larger countries now. We're getting there. All right, so still making money. Let's keep going. Just a little bit. I was going to say, the Louisiana Purchase was also up there. In our press conference, journalists ask you if the present good financial status of the country is enough to support a war versus China. We're ready to defend against anybody. Auto resolve. More transports sunk. Okay. One more month and we find out if we take Kamchatka. All right. What else can we do here? We've got new improved stiffening coming up. And again, we have the potential for... I want to say this is the Dreadnought tech, but I could be wrong. It might be the next one after that. We are a little behind. Finances are okay. Next turn. Come on, baby. Success! Kamchatka is ours, right? Right, game? We have a 90% chance? Surely it's ours. Mother of God! Like, that, see what I mean? It's almost like the more chance you have of a success, the less you actually end up making. They sent their one torpedo boat out at us. Good luck with that. Naval invasion. Kamchatka. Get it done. Good luck with that, torpedo boat. You're brave. Or stupid. Probably the latter. Surely with a 96% chance we won't fail. Right? They had one destroyer or one torpedo boat left, and he's about to put himself in a bad position to get yeeted if he's not careful. But I'm sure they're building them. The French are scrapping all kinds of stuff. Gorilla, the higher the tier, the bigger the service cost, which means the more you need to do during the match to make sure that you earn enough to pay for taking your ship into battle in the first place. If you think about it, it makes sense. The bigger, the badder the ship, the more expensive it is to run. So the higher you get into the tiers, the more the more you have to do in order to earn back enough money to pay for the ship. War has erupted between the U.S. and Russia. I'm telling you, everybody is fighting the Russians now because of the fact that I have taken them out. That is annoying. All of a sudden, all of my my allies are jumping into the fight. All right, how long will this take? It needs 2,000 time. We have a 100% chance to succeed this time. Fancy. Okay. We have 96% chance to succeed here. So that should finish next month. So Eastern Siberia should be ours. In theory. I love how the US and the Germans refused to actually get involved in the fight until after I wiped out the entirety of their navy. So if you look, they have built 8 torpedo boats all of a sudden. So they have 8 torpedo boats left in their fleet. Total tonnage of 3,000 tons. Meanwhile, we're down here with 153,000 tons. Remember, they had over 300,000 tons at the start of this war. It was like 120 some ships and 375,000. They had triple the tonnage that we had. And now they got nothing. Starting to unlock gun turrets, or gun barbettes for superimposed gun turrets. Alright, let's go ahead and start trying to build a couple of these heathens. Let's build 4 of them. Anybody that would like to have a heathen class battleship named after you, start putting your names in the chat. we will bring these guys down to, let's put them at Sasebo. So Heathen already has, so we have 3 ships that can be named. Yeah, the Russians might send their fishing fleet. I think that's what they're doing right now. I've actually never watched The Deadliest Catch, ever. Alright, so we got a Grim. Got you, Grim. We've got Yakisoba. Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard Yakisoba? Is that the, like, No, I hear that from freaking, God. I hear it in Dragon Ball a lot when Beerus really likes yakisoba. It's like a rice ball, right? Am I wrong? It's a noodle dish? Okay. I thought it was like the rice ball. The tsunami? Alright, there we go. Let me get rid of that last character. That was an oopsie. Alright, so now we have that. What is our finances? We're in financial ruin. Shocker. Alright, we are going to have to drop this down just a little bit here. It's almost like building battleships is an expensive ordeal. Alright, next turn. Yeah, it's essentially ramen. I thought it was, I was thinking of like those rice balls. What is it like? It's like sticky rice that's around some sort of protein. Like you can have different types of protein. What are those called? I know it's a thing. I just can't think of what they're called. We have gained Eastern Siberia. Look at that. It's all ours. Oh, yes. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. All right. So you're done. Let's move you back home. Or at least back down here. That'll be done next turn anyway. And then we got to figure out where we go from here. Do we go ahead and sue for the end of the war? Or do we come up and try to grab some of their like northern stuff? I feel like that's outside of our scope of this particular war effort, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, remember, the scope of this campaign is to control as much of Asia as possible. Like, I don't care about the rest of the West. So, in this scope, I think this would be fine. I think we end it here and we try to maybe take some of this territory as a reparation. Otherwise, we just take money off of them. All right. Next turn. The Gojira class. Hey, I cannot confirm nor deny what my plans are for potential battleships moving forward. Okay, Mine Hunter kit's done. Beautiful. We have officially gained control of Kamchatka as well. Oh my God, look at it. Is it not beautiful, folks? We have gained so much territory. Good God. We are a true powerhouse. Like, we are actually larger in landmass at this point than I think even China. All right, and with that, I think it's time to bring our boys home and end this war. move to Wakanai, please. Move to Maizuru. And then I think we got to scroll all the way across. Our fleet is on land right now. I don't know how that works. Our fleet is legitimately on land. It might take a while for them to get home. Alright, we'll send you guys to Yokosuka. Did I not click them? Okay, well, I can't do anything, so we'll just wait. We will wait. We do have some more money again. So again, we'll just pop this up. Next turn. The Ghidorah? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm getting hungry. I haven't ate anything today. I kind of stayed in bed all day. Getting hungry. Everybody's starting to fix up some ships, apparently. You just got chili dogs? Well, I'm hungry, man. Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun. Glad you enjoyed, Jessica. It is a fun game, it really is. Not sure what's going on with our ships, but hopefully we can get them. I can't seem to move them. There is a bug. We have just lost our three battleships for no reason. Like, we legitimately can't tell them to do anything. They're bugged out. That's annoying. I had this happen a while ago with submarines that got stranded away from port. They couldn't make it home. And now these guys got bugged out by being inside of a freaking landmass. It's alright, though. Let's go ahead and try to end the war with Russia. We've done our parts. Have a good night, Jessica. Appreciate you dropping in. What up, Godzilla? Okay, we officially have peace. Alright, now for the big one. We have quite a bit of potential money here. Alright, so the ones that we're looking for... Kazakhstan. So we can't take Siberia, apparently. Right? Which one is the one that was... I think it was Kazakhstan, right? Is it Kazakhstan or is it Kyrgyzstan? Oh, God. I forget. Somebody remind me. Which one had oil? I can't remember. Was it Kyrgyzstan that's over here bordering China? Or is it Kazakhstan? One of them is over bordering like Turkey. Right? Like, am I wrong there? Take it all? I mean, I can. God, I can. I can actually take it all. Look at their poor little torpedo boats. Propose. See, that's the problem. We only got 2 of them. But we got both Ks. We didn't get Finland, unfortunately. But we didn't really want Finland anyway. But we are officially at peace. We did manage to get... It was Kyrgyzstan. That was the one that we were after. But we also got Kazakhstan. Much bigger. Good God, I did not realize how big it was. Holy crap. Also, it's definitely nowhere near Turkey. I was definitely wrong in that sense. I mean, I'm not that far off. You got Turkey over here. We're not that far off. And this is what? The Dead Sea, right? Am I right? This is the Dead Sea? Why isn't it marked? But yeah, that's huge for us, because now we've got oil. Oh, things are just looking so good for us right now. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish we could have taken Siberia and Russia as a war prize. But it is what it is. I didn't really want Finland. Like, this is Finland over here, for those of you who don't know. But look at the size of our freaking empire now. Good God. We have taken so much land. I thought there was oil here too. I guess I was looking at Kazakhstan all along. I just didn't realize it was so big. That's what she said. Anyway, boys, we are officially at peace. You know what that means. Time to drop this down. Try to get our guys home. Set them all to limited. And go next turn. I think that is the Dead Sea, but it isn't dead yet. Don't worry, we're on our way. Plus, we got a whole bunch of money from them for that war. If you look, we're at $2.8 billion. So we can afford to have a little bit of a deficit for a while. Alright, so from a financial standpoint, we're going to be fine there. I'm actually going to crank this up because I can lose some money right now. I've got plenty of money to spare currently. We are building quite a bit. I forgot about that, so we probably ought to... these will get repaired next month, so that's not too bad. We'll see where we're at. The one downside is, like, how are we going to fix this problem? Like, that should not be a thing. Because that is going to be problematic for my actual ability to, like, put people in. We just got 3 battleships taking up money for no reason. Alright. Next turn. Alright, the Germans did manage to grab Lithuania as well. We're no longer sending our men over to them to allow them to continue, but, I mean, we took everything from them, so I imagine the Germans are just going to walk right through here. Alright, we're losing $20 million per turn. From a research standpoint, we have... I mean, we might as well, while we're doing this, go ahead and get some of this building as well. That'll take us up to a 43,000 ton ship potential, which is not insignificant. It's nice having billions of dollars to spend. All right, how much are those 3 ships to maintain? It's not insignificant. That's like 11 or 12 million dollars. Frustrating. Hopefully that'll fix itself when we close out the campaign for the day. All right, politics. The next thing that we need to start looking at is, again, a war with China. That is on our priorities for the near future. I feel like we've got a pretty decent starting point that we could potentially help with. They're trying to take Tajikistan. So, Japan versus China, number 2, Electric Boogaloo, will be coming to you soon in a theater near you. But with that, I think we're going to go ahead and call it here. This has been a pretty strong episode for Japan. I feel like we've made a lot of progress. We managed to go through the entirety of the war. We avoided economic collapse on the backside of the Russians blockading our Sea of Japan. And then we completely and utterly dominated the entire war and took everything that we could from them. So, pretty happy with our progress. Let me know what you guys think. Don't forget, we will be doing this more often, so it's not just going to be a Sunday night thing. This week, however, I will be gone for the end of the week, so probably won't do another stream of Ultimate Admiral this week because I've got to get all my work done before I leave on Thursday. But we will be driving from Ohio down to Florida on Thursday, and we will arrive in Florida roughly Friday afternoon, and yeah, so we'll be gone for the weekend. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed. Long live the Empire of Japan. We're making some serious progress. And if you like what I'm doing, punch the like button, leave a comment below, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and as always, I will see you in the next video.